It's 6 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. Should the babies of illegal aliens be given automatic U.S. citizenship? Well, the highest court in the land is about to answer that question.
At issue is an amendment ratified after the Civil War that includes a citizenship clause. Opponents of Trump's order say that clause applies to anyone born in the U.S., regardless of their parents' legal status. The Trump administration argues the clause doesn't go that far.
That's correspondent Sophie Flay. After Trump attends this morning's arguments on birthright citizenship, he'll address the nation tonight at 8 o'clock local time. According to the White House, Trump will be giving an important update on Iran. We'll have the address live on 550 KTSA and FM 1071. We are learning more about Monday morning's school shooting in Bulverde. To start with, the teacher who was shot is alive and conscious at a local hospital, but Kamal ISD is not releasing her name at this time. As far as the weapon used, detectives say it was a .357 Magnum revolver taken to school by the 15-year-old shooter, who later turned the pistol on himself. He died at the scene. The shooting happened at Hill Country College Preparatory High School. The investigation is ongoing. KTSA will give more details as they become available. If all goes as planned, NASA will send 4 astronauts to the moon early this evening.
This is a test flight for the SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft. Retired astronaut Doug Hurley, who flew the first SpaceX Crew Dragon mission, says the Artemis crew is prepared.
Certainly be ready for the unexpected, but you're gonna be that way anyway because you've trained so much for this mission.
Artemis 2 will spend its first day orbiting the Earth to make sure everything works as it's supposed to. And if it does, the crew will fire its engine to head toward the moon on day 2, circling behind it on day 6. The forecast for this first launch opportunity is 80% go.
That's correspondent Peter King. If the launch takes place, it's going to go down at 5:24 this evening. KTSA News Time 6:02. Rob Thompson right here, KTSA Sports.
In the NBA, the Spurs get back to work tonight, riding a 9-game win streak. They're in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Warriors. Tip set for 9 o'clock. The game will be televised on ESPN. In the NFL, the Dallas Cowboys owner, Jerry Jones, spoke yesterday at the NFL meetings. He was asked about George Pickens and his contract situation. He said there's been no fresh talks, but he does have Pickens in his long-term plans. In the MLB, the Texas Rangers took another one on Danny Jansen. Had a good game, 3 hits, including a 3-run dinger in the 8-5 win. They're going to wrap up their series in Baltimore today, a game you can catch on San Antonio's ESPN AM 1250 and 103.3 at 11 o'clock for the pregame. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA News Time 6:03.
If your floor's using genuine Kubota parts. And if your machine does need major repairs, we have rentals to keep you working. For all your equipment needs, come to the for over 75 years. Kubota equipment is built to last, but great service keeps it running. Your Kubota dealer.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time coming up on 6:05. Perfect time to see what's happening with KTSA Time Saver traffic.
Good morning. They have completely cleared that
that road work at 35 northbound 410 to Weidner. In the clearing stages, southbound 35 as you approach 1604. Now we still have this road work at Loop 410 westbound as you approach Starcrest. As you stop and go from Randolph Boulevard. And a stall at I-10 eastbound West Avenue off to the right shoulder. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA. Time saver traffic.
Breezy and hot today with a mix of clouds and sun, the high of 91. Windy, humid this evening with thickening clouds, the low only 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Mostly cloudy, warm and humid with a thunderstorm in spots Thursday, the high of 86. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 71 degrees, cloudy skies at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Seven minutes after 6 on News Talk 550, KTSA, FM 107.1. It is Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week, so you just got me running my mouth with Elaine and James and Christian Blood. And, man, we got a lot of stuff to get through today. President Trump is going to speak tonight. He's going to address the nation on where we are with the Iran, I guess we can call it a war. At 8 p.m. our time tonight. We are going to carry that live for you. So for all of us here, it's going to be a very late night. But he will be. This is one of those moments in history. You remember Kennedy addressing the American people and other presidents doing it. He's done it. This is important stuff as far as where we are. And again, we'll carry that for you live here on KTSA, starting up at 8 p.m. our time, 9 p.m. Eastern time, obviously. He was talking to a CBS reporter yesterday, and we have a lot of stuff to get through today. We have a lot of stuff to get through today, and frankly, some of it is really weird. And I think you know what I'm talking about. And we'll get there. But let's catch up with the president first. He's talking to a journalist, supposed journalist. Well, journalist. We use that term loosely in general these days. On the where we are with Iran and Weijia Zhang from CBS. And he says we are ahead of schedule. In fact, he was talking about this as well. We have some audio we can play directly from the president at some point. But we are ahead of schedule, actually, in terms of what we have done. They've got no military might anymore. They are down on everything. We want to clean up some ends. This is the quote that we kept hearing. We want to clean up some ends. We're in the end cleaning time. Loose ends, I'm assuming he means. We have total regime change. These are different people than anyone has ever heard of before, and frankly, they've been more reasonable, and we were talking about that yesterday. Frankly, they've been more reasonable, so we've had, this is in response, this is a texting back and forth on X with this Weijia Zhang and Truth Social. We've had total regime change beyond what anyone thought possible. It's a big factor. So he will be obviously addressing that tonight. And again, as we said, we're going to carry that live. Now, yesterday, and I heard Jack talking about this, and we all were talking about it. We had some folks call us up, and if you want to call us up, 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. that you have folks who will say, I'm MAGA, I'm Trump all the way. Just like me, I voted for him 3 times. But why is this taking so long? And the gas prices. In fact, Wei Zhejiang, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, in her back and forth with the president, starts off this discussion with, in the meantime, gas prices here at home hit $4 a gallon on average. Trump says they'll drop when we leave, when it's over. But the gas price thing was a big deal yesterday. And if you were listening to this show, you heard me interact with a couple of folks. One fairly early on in the program, I was saying, well, yeah, it's $1 more. I've noticed it. It hurts a little bit more at the gas pump. As Elaine pointed out yesterday, Trump had already said at the beginning of this thing, yeah, it's when you're dealing with taking out this regime and you have the Hormuz Strait where most of these tankers need to get through. There's going to be some price hikes on gas. We're going to have to endure that for a certain amount of time. So we weren't, to use, Kristi Noem's word of the day, we weren't blindsided. Oh, God. We'll get to Kristi Noem. We'll get to that whole sitch. But then we all saw that coming, right? And Jack had a great point, and we were talking about this, and it's kind of what we were saying as well, that in a 24-hour news cycle, and this was Riccardi's point, he says it's a lot, and it's a great point and something we need to, talk about. You and I are here for 4 hours, and we have different shows, and we all, have our time to kind of get, when it's Trey and I, we both tell you what we think about stuff. Trey is a master broadcaster as far as putting out information and show prep. We try to cover the news part of this. As far as getting the information out. But we're also commentators. We're telling you what we think about stuff. But if you're in a job where you're allegedly a journalist and you're in a 24-hour news cycle, you have to fill airtime constantly, man. And Jack had pointed this out yesterday, and it's absolutely true. And you know this. Reasonable people know this, that it's like the story out of Bulverde. When we first started talking about that, we have a little more information today. But you only have a little bit of information. So do you have to repeat that? Yes. Well, that's all you have. Yes, you tend to repeat stuff until you get further developments. When you're dealing with something like Iran, where you add a layer of bias and propaganda on top of it, on top of having to fill 24 hours essentially of freaking airtime 7 days a week, I told you yesterday what the big story was going to be, and it was the gas hike. And the gas hike gave way to a conversation, because we had people calling me up like, well, it does kind of hurt. I'm like, I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it's not affecting people. But yeah, we sort of saw this coming. We have the Prime Minister of the UK, Starmer, is doing a live address on the Iran conflict, but unless he says something, Trump was giving him what for yesterday. He was that's something I was going to get to a little later on, to the UK, where he was saying, basically, wow, you guys are now you guys weren't really there when we asked you to help us with the strait. And
that's what he posted on True Social.
Yeah, Trump was talking about that on, and hey, it's go get the oil if you want it. Basically Trump said to the UK, grow a pair. I mean, that's exactly in so many words. We all saw it. Grow a pair, man. Now you're acting the big tough guy. You weren't there when we needed the ships and help and support. Hey, man, we've done the hard lifting for you, or the heavy lifting. You want some oil? Hey, you go get it, man. So we're not gonna go to this live. We have so much to cover. Elaine, unless he says something, really something new or whatever. And there's no point to it, other than to hear the funny accent.
What channel do you have that on?
I don't know what this is in here. Yeah, and we don't worry about that. I don't. He's talking live, but again, it's Trump kind of encapsulated my thoughts yesterday again with his Truth Social post saying, essentially, again, grow a pair.
The Weekend Crew messed with our channels.
Yeah, we don't know. So
no worries.
Yeah, don't worry about what's going on in here in the studio. As long as I don't look up and see Kristi Noem's husband with breasts, I don't care what's on the damn TV. Oh, boy, I wish I couldn't see that. I'm a weird dude, and I've seen some weird crap, but that's, man. I know everybody needs a hobby. We'll get there. Dude, did you not think people would find out? Man, that's what always mystified. Did you not? We'll get there. We got plenty of time. I want to hit this stuff, the important stuff first before we get there, okay? So, Trump had a busy day with federal judges yesterday. We have an injunction against the ballroom construction where a federal judge is saying that, I got to take a break, don't I? A federal judge is saying that Congress has to approve that, which I think legally is nonsense. The president said as much. We have the Supreme Court looking at birthright citizenship. It's a very busy day. We've got more stuff on Tiger Woods. We'll get to all this stuff coming up. Trey's off this week. It's just me, Sean, on Ware and Rima, News Talk 550, KTSA. And you're accurate with the forecast. Breezy, very warm today. Again, temperatures reaching a record high, possibly of 93 degrees, windy and humid overnight, with some cloudiness, a low of 66. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy and humid. Maybe a thunderstorm, a high of 86. 71 degrees on News Talk 550, KTSA.
Hey, Trey Ware for Texas Rhino Shield. Man, they are just beautiful. I'm telling you, the projects that they do turn out looking great, including my own home. Now, it's not paint. It goes on like paint, but you can definitely tell when you look at it, it's not paint. And we have this huge problem around here with sun tearing up paint jobs on homes. Paint jobs around here last about 3 to 5 years. Well, Rhino Shield is warranted for 25 years. So in my case, I don't ever plan on having to paint that house again. It's just wonderful what they do at Texas Rhino Shield. They wash your home thoroughly, then they fix whatever needs to be fixed, and then they apply Rhino Shield. And it's not like a clear coating that goes on your existing paint. Oh, no. You choose the color, and when it goes on, it's beautiful. And it protects your home from the sun's harmful UV rays like nothing else can. I want you to check it out for yourself. Invite Anthony out. He'll take a look at your home and talk to you about it. And you can take $2,500 off the project when you mention Trey Ware. So log on today. All the info is right there. Some great pictures there as well at TexasRhinoShield.com. Nobody does home technology like Bjorn's, just Bjorn's. Hi, Trey Ware here. I started to do business with Bjorn Dibdahl. That's his name, Bjorn. Right over there at Bjorn's, right by the airport about 50 years ago. Now they're at 281 and Bitters Road, and they continue to be the home technology experts. Bjorn is still around. Stop in, say hi to him. Chris and Neil, his son and son-in-law, they are the new generation of really strategic thinkers when it comes to your home technology needs. With a Statham Experience TV, indoor-outdoor audio, so much more, they're going to make living at your place so much better off, just like they've been doing for more than 50 years in San Antonio. What I'm talking about here is custom home technology solutions. Everything from home theaters to whole home automation, home networking, they got you taken care of at Bjorn's. And again, indoor and outdoor TVs and audio that'll just blow your mind. Great stuff at their state-of-the-art showroom at 281 and Bitters Road. Stop on in today. Bjorn's, just Bjorn's.
At Ponderosa Ranch, your pup is our priority. Boarding, training, daycare, and bathing, we treat your dog like family. With 3 area locations, Ponderosa Ranch can't wait to be your pup's home away from home. Book their next day or stay with us at weloveyourdog.net.
Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at EvolveMedGroup.com. Trey Ware here. There's more to Mummies than just feed. They are South Texas firearm headquarters with the great brands like Benelli, Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, Sig, Glock, and so many more. And all of the accessories. Mummies has everything. Mummies in Hondo.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to mypatriotsupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust mypatriotsupply.com. Go to mypatriotsupply.com.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
And we're back 20 minutes after 6 on Ware and Rima. Again, Trey's taking the week off. He'll be back on Monday, so it's just me and hanging out with Elaine and James and Christian Blood in the KTSA newsroom. Again, just one more update on the shooting in Bulverde, or the preparatory school up there. First off, the weapon has been identified as a .357 that this 15-year-old used, which is a fairly large gun. Several rounds were fired. Now, Christian was telling me before we went on the air, and he's been reporting, the teacher is conscious, right? She's still in the hospital.
Yep.
We don't know anything beyond that as far as her condition.
No, they're saying that they're going to hold off on identification. Comal County Sheriff's Office was asked about that yesterday. They're not going to identify her. They're going to leave that to the Comal ISD.
Right.
And so we'll find out when that happens. But what we took away from it was that she's A, alive. That's a plus. Yes. And then B, she's conscious. But as you were saying, that .357 Magnum, we heard early reports that morning. There were several shots fired. And
right.
I'm just going to submit that she might be pretty fortunate to be alive.
Yeah, that's a pretty big weapon. And
yeah,
of course, the next question is how did he get it? How did he come into possession of this? He's a 15-year-old. There's a lot left yet to learn, obviously, and I'm sure we'll learn more as the days continue. But anything that we hear, obviously, Christian's going to bring to you. But she is conscious. She is in the hospital.
The gun came from home.
The gun did come from home, right?
We don't know how he got his hands on it.
Right.
They're not talking about that, but we're hearing that he took presumably a parent or an adult. I don't know.
Right.
But from
it
home.
It was from the home. That's right. I did see that. That's a heavy caliber.
Yeah.
To say the least. So
it's a big dog.
Anything we find out, we'll bring to you immediately. They're still putting out a lot of information about mental health support for the kids on a lot of the local media, which makes sense. Columbine happened. Not that there weren't school shootings, but Columbine happened long after I had graduated. When I worked in Denver, I knew people who had been there on that day. And when I knew them, they at that point they were in their late 20s, I believe. And it's I have no idea what that must be like. And now it's something you hear about almost every day. So a lot of mental health resources being offered to the kids up there in the Hill Country, and then obviously that makes sense. Just back to Trump. Briefly, again, a couple of things. First off, we have this injunction against the ballroom. So, the big, beautiful ballroom. Now, construction has stopped, as I understand it, although the judge put I think a 14-day delay on the injunction. So I don't know exactly how that breaks down, if that means construction can continue or not. And Trump responded saying it's all private donations. This isn't a taxpayer thing. It doesn't involve Congress.
Do you want to do the audio?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a listen.
Well, we'll appeal that, but it's not. I don't know. It's basically. I wrote a part of his opinion, but basically he's saying I need congressional approval, and he's so wrong. This is being financed privately. It's a donation that's being given by companies, very rich people, so that for 150 years they've wanted a ballroom here. We're going to have the finest ballroom, I believe, anywhere in the world. And he said, we need congressional approval. Well, they don't get congressional approval from the White House. When they do things, they don't, especially when we didn't ask for any tax money. We have no tax. This is taxpayer free. We have no taxpayer putting up 10 cents. And I see right here, I just wrote it out. He said, we need congressional approval. Well, we built many things at the White House over the years. They don't get congressional approval when they build in the White House. It's totally separate. And especially when it's a donation. I mean, the ballroom is a donation.
So, here's my initial thought when I heard about this is obviously they, meaning them, Democrats, whomever, whatever we call that group of folks who got the Trump derangement. They hate Trump. They want to get rid of him.
Idiots.
Idiotas. Now, did I say that correctly? Probably
Pretty
not. Much. They obviously want the ballroom, the construction site to not be finished, to look like hell going into the midterms. So they can point to it and say, look what he's doing to this historic building.
He's
destroyed it.
If they really cared, then they would tell him to tear down the flagpoles that he put up. They didn't get congressional approval for that.
None of it. The Hall of Honor, or whatever it's called. He didn't get congressional approval where he put up all the pictures with Biden with the auto pen.
So I guess we could guess who appointed this judge.
Well, I'm just thinking, yeah. I'm thinking they want to screw it up for him as much as possible so that when you go into the midterms, they can point to this construction and say, look at what he's done to the White House, the people's house. Like, you people give a crap about the people's house. Holy crap, Bill Clinton treated it like a dorm room. I don't want to hear from you. The other thing we had is we have another judge who is blocking the executive action to block, which was also, I believe, voted on in Congress, to block funding federal dollars from going to NPR and public broadcasting. And the argument there is that, well, you're shutting down a free press. And the hell he is. That you don't have a right to be funded by my money and Elaine's money and James's money and all of our money that we work hard for. This is something you would hear from my brother Trey if he were here. To propagandize. I mean, you can come up with example after example. They're not true news people. This is not actual journalism. You don't need a public broadcasting system at all, really, given all the many options that a person has today to consume content. Maybe you could have made that argument when I was a kid or a younger person that public broadcasting is necessary for the public good in some regard. But you certainly don't have that argument now. So that was Trump's day yesterday. It was a very busy day. And again, we're going to carry that. He's going to address the nation tonight on the Iran operation. That's coming up at 8 p.m. We will carry that live here at KTSA in its entirety. So you can hear that right here. And going to be a late night for all of us. But still, this is important stuff. He's saying just got some loose ends to pick up. We're a couple of weeks away. I think 2 to 3 weeks is the time frame. Netanyahu, we had reported on this earlier in the week, I think on Monday, said that we were more than halfway, past the halfway mark in the operation. So, and with all the coverage of the gas prices, and now, as Jack pointed out yesterday, suddenly everybody's a military expert and understands how long an operation like this should take. So he's obviously got to get out there and address all this stuff, which is, what he's going to do tonight. And again, we'll bring that to you live. If you have any thoughts, give us a ring, 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. It is Sean. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA.
We think the best breed of dog is the rescue. KTSA is going to help no-kill rescue agencies around San Antonio with the food and homes they deserve. Join the voice of the National Dog Show, John O'Hurley, and the KTSA hosts for the 2-day 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday, April 9th from our studios and continues Friday the 10th from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with John, us, and dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W. Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday, April 9th on KTSA.
How's your quality of life? I'm just, not getting personal. I'm just kind of curious. If bad hearing or poor hearing is getting into your way of you enjoying life like it was for me, please get in touch with Here in Texas, HEAR, HereInTX.com. They've helped the quality of my life improve so much with these hearing aids from Here in Texas. If you find yourself increasingly becoming isolated, with a group of friends, You're off by yourself, or you're just sitting there nodding like you're hearing what's going on, but you're really not. I get it. Been there, done that. You don't have to do that anymore. Dr. Sally, the great team at Here in Texas, will fit you with hearing aids that will really change your life, or the life of somebody that you love that's going through this themselves. You don't have to go with poor hearing anymore. The technology is amazing, and every time it's updated, you'll get new hearing aids when you do their subscription service at Here in Texas. Go see our friends out there. They're going to love you. They're going to take care of you at Here in Texas. Book your appointment right now. HEAR, HereInTX.com. Well, you can't turn on the news or open a business journal lately without seeing these two letters, AI. Hey, Trey Ware here. I know what many of you business leaders are feeling, that mounting pressure to do something. But here's the reality. Rushing into AI just to say you're doing it is a fast track to security breaches, compliance nightmares, and a whole lot of wasted capital. That's why I want to tell you about Bridgehead IT. They aren't here to sell you on the latest shiny object or trending bot. They're here to give you a strategy. It starts with their AI assessment. Bridgehead IT sits down with your team to identify where AI can actually deliver measurable value and where it's just noise. They prioritize protecting your sensitive data and ensuring your transition is secure from day one. Bridgehead IT focuses on clarity first. You get a roadmap built on outcomes, not hype. If AI is on your roadmap for 2026, start with the experts who put security and your bottom line first. Visit bridgeheadit.com. That's bridgeheadit.com. Now, wouldn't it be great if healthcare providers just gave the total price up front without a surprise bill or sales pressure? That's exactly what Dr. Mark Habercorn at River City Oral Surgery is doing. Hi, Trey Ware here, and whether it's tooth extraction, wisdom teeth removal, or even dental implants, you can now get clear, all-inclusive pricing online and over the phone. No hidden fees ever, no in-office sales tactics, and no referral needed. Located in a professional medical building, not a strip center, River City Oral Surgery offers a private, comfortable setting for every single patient. Dr. Habercorn lives here, and he's active in our community. He doesn't travel for work, so he's easy to reach when you need him. River City Oral Surgery has set a new standard in patient care by eliminating the guesswork from oral surgery costs. So, when you're in pain, you don't want to deal with the system. You just want your problem solved so you can get back to life. Call 210-778-0002 or visit rivercityoms.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's time to improve your home, slow it down, and do it right. Choose a company worthy of your trust and worthy of your family. For windows, siding, and doors, call or visit SouthwestExteriors.com. Southwest Exteriors, the look you love coming home to.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
President Trump will address the nation tonight at 8 o'clock our time. He'll be giving what's being called an important update on Iran. Trump will also be attending this morning's Supreme Court hearing on birthright citizenship. KTSA will be watching what's happening. More details now coming to light on that school shooting in Bulverde Monday morning. We know the teacher shot is alive and she's conscious. And mankind should be headed back to the moon later this afternoon. That is if all goes planned, as Kennedy Space Center. More on these stories and others on the way at 7 o'clock. KTSA News Time, 6:33.
Good morning. We are working a few stalls. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. On 410 westbound Morrison South Side. That's a stall. It's off to the right shoulder. Another broken down vehicle, 90 eastbound Hunt Lane, right shoulder, and I-10 eastbound West Avenue. Broken down vehicle has the right shoulder block. Now, we still have this road work on the northeast side at Loop 410, westbound as you approach Starcrest. Only the left lane open. About an 8-10 minute delay has to stop and go from Randolph. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun today, breezy and hot with the high of 91. Windy, humid this evening with thickening clouds tonight. The low 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Mostly cloudy, not as hot, but still warm and humid with a thunderstorm in spots Thursday, the high of 86. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
71 degrees under cloudy skies right now. San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
6:35 on News Talk 550 KTSA FM 1071. It's Ware and Rima. I'm Sean. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. We've got a very, very busy week next week. Puppy Food Bank, Radiothon Thursday and Friday. Thursday we'll be in here in studio talking to folks, John O'Hurley, and Friday we'll be in the Alamo Lounge, and it's going to be a lot of fun. But this week we have lots of news to deal with. Again, tonight at 8 p.m. we'll carry the president's address to the nation about Iran live on KTSA, so you can hear it right here. So I'm getting off the air yesterday, and, just a normal day. My mother-in-law wanted to run some errands, so I'm heading in her direction. But on the way out the door, I think it was James who said, "Did you hear about Christy's husband?" I'm like, what? Christy Noam's husband. I guess David Van Camp was kind of the first to go on the air with that yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it on Facebook. They had the title of their video was "David found some really weird news," and I was like, "All right, what's this?"
I got home. Well, I didn't get home until because you had mentioned that to me on the way out the door, and I'm like, well, it's got to be an AI thing. My immediate thought is it's got to be some kind of artificial intelligence thing. I don't know if it's real or not. And then I literally went and spent the day with my mother-in-law.
You're a good
running
son.
some errands, and I didn't get home till about 2:00, and I'm getting texts from James Lane about that story. It's real, man. And so I went online and started looking at it. Whew. So, I mean, the nuts and bolts of the story is Christy Noam's husband. She was famously let go as Secretary of Homeland Security a couple of weeks ago. Obviously around that time, the Corey thing was coming up, Corey Lewandowski, allegations of a relationship of some kind there. A guy very close to Trump as an advisor at one point. And when I looked at the story, the first story I saw was the New York Post. And, I think I had the same two thoughts that everybody else had. First thought is like, good Lord, dude. Did you not think somebody would find out? And secondly, well, the Corey thing sort of makes sense. Didn't we all have that thought? Like, well, all right, now, okay.
I thought he was a big-time rancher.
What's that?
I thought he was a big-time rancher.
Who, the husband?
Yeah.
He's an insurance guy. I think he started like a big insurance company and rancher or something like that.
He runs the big ranch that they
He runs the
on.
ranch. Brian Noam, it was discovered, and the dude was spending some serious money on this stuff, too.
It cost a lot to
he
look
was
good.
chatting up with women who have had breast implants, and he's got to be having a bad day today. And, I guess for quite some time, apparently. And the reporting is allegedly, and this is what the New York Post says, he had spent up to like $25,000 on some of this stuff as far as, I don't know, I'm being totally honest, I'm not trying to be a self-righteous weirdo. I've never actually done this chat thing, so I don't know. I guess you pay for that or whatever. I don't know how that works. But he had spent, allegedly, according to the New York Post, up to $25,000.
What chat thing?
Or aren't talking to people and talking to these women.
Trying to figure out how to look.
I don't know how that works. No, I mean, in the actual,
cross-dressing?
you have to pay to talk to these women.
Yeah,
you pay to talk to these women. You have to pay money. Yeah, it's like OnlyFans. It's monetized, so they make money. You're paying money to be in a chat with them.
And they give you tips?
He's zooming in with them and stuff.
They give you tips on
Boy,
how
there's so many different directions I could go, and all of them would be bad for
I don't
me.
know if we can help her. We don't have enough time.
So anyway, he spent money to do this. Okay, he was paying women to talk to, and apparently, allegedly to the New York Post, one of these women saw his phone number popped up or something, and she called it to see who the number was and got like whatever their insurance company is or whatever their company is that they own, and suddenly made the connection between this guy she's been talking to and Christine Nolan's husband. And that's how I understand the whole thing broke.
Interesting.
Allegedly. But this is what the New York Post is saying. Now, along with the story comes some screen grabs because it was all based on women who have had implants. I'm not trying to be a weirdo. I'm just telling you the story. And so a couple of pictures pop up of Brian Noam with, like, I guess, balloons under his shirt. You saw him, right? Made to look like
they were very pronounced,
like actual breasts, and he's like doing duck lips and stuff. I mean, it's
very
weird.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Mrs. Doubtfire looked more normal than this. Was like,
and the fetish.
I don't have to unsee Mrs. Doubtfire.
The
okay,
fetish is called bimbification.
Bimbification.
Are you making up another word like
she's right. That's it. No, that's it. No, that's what it's called. That's the fetish. Bimbification.
Oh, bimbo.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
And so I guess he tries to make himself, I don't know.
Essentially turning yourself into the most hyper feminine.
But this is what women try to make themselves look like a Barbie doll is what I was reading. But the really weird part of this is that he was taking pictures of himself, making himself look like he has large implants, fake breasts.
Wow.
I mean,
he wanted to look like a Barbie doll.
It's very Silence of the Lambs a little bit.
I know everybody's a little different, man. And James texted me, everybody needs a hobby. He loves using my own lines against me. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't. Because I'm looking at this going, okay, because let me just riff on this for a second. Okay, when people cheat, happy people don't cheat. Mm-hmm. My thought is usually, and I've been on both sides of this coin, unfortunately, in my life, people cheat because they want to get caught. People cheat because they don't have the ability or the courage to just or the honesty to look somebody in the face and say, I need to leave, or I don't want to be in this anymore. And because I think most people who cheat in whether it's online or it's on, in actuality, they know they're going to get caught. They know at some point people are going to find out, and I think that's ultimately what you want to have happen.
Is that really?
Is this cheating?
He just wants to look like a woman.
No, he's interacting with women online.
He's having sex with them?
He's talking to them about stuff.
Looking like a woman. Wanting to look like a Barbie.
He's... Yeah. Okay, if my wife found out that I was putting balloons under my shirt with nipples on them, fake nipples, and paying women to have chats with, I think she'd probably be a little upset with me. I think she'd probably not be too cool with that.
That's not playing around. That's not like playing around at golf with your buddies.
No, I mean this is weird crap. Granted, but He's obviously having sexualized conversations with these women.
It's a fetish, though. Like when you talk about taking pictures of your feet and putting it on OnlyFans, is that cheating?
Yes.
It is?
No,
when people say, can you pose
my
with
God.
some chanclas and some hair?
The dude is paying women to talk to them while he's wearing fake breasts. I don't know that...
I'm not standing up for Mr. Noam at all.
It's not like me taking. That's like me taking a picture of the pizza I just made and posting it online. You know what I mean? So they're obvious. I mean, that's. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I mean, maybe it's just a hobby or. Maybe that doesn't. I don't know if that rises to the level of. Maybe let's ask these people: is that cheating? Like if you found out your spouse was doing that crap, would you be okay with that? I mean, I like, an ex-girlfriend's post online, and I'm getting the stink eye. I mean, I'm just saying. I just got it from Elaine. People I've known for like 30 years. You know what I mean? But this guy's putting on fake boobs, and he's paying women to have a discussion.
Mental problem he has.
I would say he's got some issues.
Yeah.
I think he's probably got a few emotional issues of some kind. I mean, God bless you. I mean, everybody's a little different, but holy crap.
He could get into painting if he needs a hobby.
I paint, okay?
Yeah.
I write poetry, all right?
Even if they wrote their own vows, I don't think that was included.
You don't?
Well, I promise never to pay women to talk to me while I'm wearing fake breasts. I vow this to you, my love.
I'm very prudish, but this is a fetish. How is that different than taking pictures of your feet and putting it on OnlyFans?
Fetish is sexual.
You don't think all those people that are on OnlyFans are married and they're not cheating? They're
so
single?
what are you suggesting? Like that their marriage is fine?
He needs some help.
Okay, yes, he does need help, but you're putting up pictures of your feet. This was interactive.
If I take pictures, people take pictures of their. I saw, I read a story once where people take pictures of their feet in Crocs and share it on OnlyFans.
If I understood OnlyFans as they'll ask you to do certain things with your feet and take pictures.
Sure,
some
and
accounts
they get paid for it.
Some accounts
the
are
people
like that.
who have the accounts get paid to do that.
Other people just put up pictures, and you pay a monthly subscription to see what pictures they put up.
Right. He spent $25,000 talking to allegedly, according to the New York Post, doing this.
Mr. Ice
While
Barbie. They're calling him
while
Mr.
he's putting
Ice Barbie.
while he's wearing.
Calling him Mr.
I don't get the whole.
Well,
I don't get
Christy
it.
Noem spent more than that on her hair and her lips and her makeup and that ad.
You're okay. You always
So she
take it back to
shouldn't
the
be mad at him.
extensions. Okay, she's got some extensions. He's got some fake breasts. What are you people going on about? Their marriage is fine.
He got out easy.
I don't think he got out easy. The whole damn world is looking at this crap.
Yeah.
He's not having a good day.
It's not even 7 a.m. yet.
It's not even 7 a.m. This is what this dude's got to wake up to. Guys like me talking about it.
It's a long way to go.
It's a long day, buddy. Brian, you're going to have a long damn day, buddy. And, I'm just saying, the idea never popped into his head that it's one thing if he's just talking to people, okay, all right, I'll grant your point. If he's just like going on OnlyFans and talking to people, all right, maybe they need some marriage counseling, okay? But when he does the picture thing, no red flag went up in the guy's skull that said, people might find out, at some point. I'm married to the secretary of I'm married to somebody who is personal friends with the president of the United States. Maybe I ought to hold off on the selfies for a little while.
You think that's why she got canned?
Well, the allegations is that this would have opened her up to blackmail.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're hearing, that this could have, seriously impacted, to a certain extent, national security, because she could have been blackmailed, hey, before anybody knew about this. So, like, hey, we have these pictures of your husband in these chat rooms, so I need you to do A, B, or C, or, we're going to release this stuff.
It's a problem.
I don't know we don't know, Elaine, if that's directly connected or not as to why she, what happened, but
Maybe she was trying to take the limelight out of herself with that $200,000 commercial and having an affair with Chloe Lewandowski.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that, we don't have other reasons why, she's not the Secretary of Homeland Security anymore. But this is some weird crap. 210-5. There's my deep political analysis, okay? This is some weird crap. 210-599-5555. 210-599-5555. We'll take a break. Trey is off this week. It's Sean on Ware and Rima, News Talk 550 KTSA. Breezy and very warm. I just can't unsee it. Breezy and very warm with the temperatures approaching a record high of 93. Windy and humid overnight. Maybe some clouds. A low of 66 along the hill country, or in the hill country. 70 along the Riverwalk. Mostly cloudy and humid tomorrow. Maybe a thunderstorm. High of 86. 71 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Working a few stalls as you head into your early morning commute. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. 410 westbound at Morrison, right shoulder blocked with a stall. Got another at I-10 eastbound West Avenue and Highway 90 eastbound Hunt Lane. All these stalls off to the right shoulder. On Loop 410 westbound as you approach Starcrest, that's road work. Only the left lane open. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes, better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Hey, Trey Ware here for Mummies and Hondo. You know, there's always more to Mummies, always more at Mummies as well. They are South Texas firearm headquarters. If you're looking for it, if it has to do with a firearm, they're going to have it, and they're going to have it in stock. Over 4,000 square feet in their South Texas firearm headquarters at Mummies and Hondo. And I don't mean sparsely populated. I mean, it's a busy place with a lot of stuff in there. All the big brands, Weatherby and, well, Colt, Sig, Horizon, so much more. They got all those there. They have the largest selection of accessories, too, stuff that you just can't even imagine. And they got it in stock and ready for you to walk out with it. And ammo. All the name brands, the stuff that you love, the stuff that I trust. I got about 5 brands personally that I use, and about 2 of them that I heavily rely on. So they've got the caliber for your platform no matter what it is. Well, they have everything. Turtle box speakers, poncho shirts, so much more. And it's all happening at Mummies and Hondo. Head out Highway 90 to Hondo and you'll find Mummies and Hondo.
Bjorn's has evolved. Our team's been bringing cutting-edge tech home for 50 years. Come visit the Bjorn's showroom on 281. We'll show you how the future of technology can fit perfectly into your world. Because if it's technology, it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057 or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ever wonder what your RV is worth, but hesitate to check because you don't want your phone blowing up with calls from dealers? With RVestimate.com, you can get an instant RV value estimate with no pressure. Just enter your RV details online and get your estimate in minutes. And you won't be contacted unless you ask to speak with an RV expert about selling. Plus, you'll receive an updated estimate every few months when RV values change, so you stay informed without the spam. See what your RV could be worth today. Visit RVestimate.com.
At the law office of Sean C. Brown, we treat you like family. This is Sean Brown. I've been representing members of the community for over 25 years. From a DWI to auto accidents, call me today, 210-224-8200, or visit SeanBrownLaw.com.
Valero Texas Open is a can't-miss event. Here's your chance to enjoy food, drinks, and the world's best PGA Tour pros as they tee it up at TPC San Antonio. You won't want to miss the next winning moment at the Valero Texas Open. Buy tickets on ValeroTexasOpen.com and join us April 2nd through the 5th.
Trey Ware here with a question for you. Are you one of those folks who think you can just randomly pick a Medicare plan and be done with it? Well, please don't. That's how many seniors make costly mistakes. Choosing the wrong Medicare plan could mean higher out-of-pocket costs, losing access to your doctors, or paying penalties down the road. Join the local families who are turning to Nick Knightley at Knightley Insurance Group. Nick is a local independent Medicare broker serving San Antonio and the Hill Country, and his help is completely free. He'll walk you through your options, review your doctors and prescriptions, and make sure you understand the differences between Medicare Advantage and Medicare Supplements, so you can get Medicare right the first time. No confusion, no pressure, just clear, honest guidance. And when you call, you'll always speak to a real person, not a call center. Book your appointment at KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com. That's Knightley with a K. Free Medicare help, local guidance, and real people. KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com. That's Knightley with a K. KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com.
For victims of drunk,
and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
Allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for your service, sir. News Talk 550 KTSA FM 1071. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. We'll go back to normal. On Monday. And again, we have 2 days of the Puppy Food Bank Radiothon coming up. Very busy week, but fun. Good stuff we'll be doing next week. But today we have a lot of weird news to make it through. And again, the big story of the day, Trump is going to address the nation tonight at 8 p.m. our time on our operations in Iran. He spoke briefly about this yesterday, about where we are. We're a couple of weeks away. We have some loose ends to tie up. We're dealing with reasonable people, or I guess as reasonable as they can be in a place like Iran as far as leadership. The other story, and it is heartbreaking. I mean, Tiger Woods finally kind of put out a statement on his arrest, enrolling his vehicle. It is being reported they found a couple of hydrocodone in his pocket. He has had trouble with this kind of thing before. He refused a urinalysis test, as we know, but he did. It's reported he had hydrocodone in his pocket. And he said, I'm taking some time away from golf. I need to get myself healthy. And, you know, it's heartbreaking stuff. I talked about this on the air. I know a little bit about this sort of thing. And what's the insidious thing about prescription drug addiction is that most people are being prescribed the drugs. I knew a guy, this was 25 years ago, so I'm not telling tales out of church here, but I knew a guy many years ago, and this is back when the painkiller of choice that was prescribed mostly was OxyContin, the one that got Rush Limbaugh all messed up. And this guy was a young guy. He was I think he was a roofer. He's a construction guy, very good guy. Had, wife and kids, no issues, never been in trouble with the law. Dude fell off a roof one day, screwed up his back, was given, I think, a prescription to OxyContin. And within 2 years, his life was ruined. His marriage had broken up. He'd faked some prescriptions. He went the whole route, man. And you go to a doctor and you were trusting they are prescribing. And again, I'm not to, because hydrocodone is what you hear mostly. This is what I was taking. I was prescribed when I went through my medical thing a few years ago. People are on hydrocodone every day and they don't get messed up. They're not addicted. But some people, it can happen.
The other problem with Tiger is all he's known his whole life is golf.
Yeah.
That's an addiction, too.
Yeah, it's since he was a kid.
Yeah, so he needs some real, not just chemical therapy, he needs some stuff so that he can function. He can't play golf his whole life, man.
Yeah, and I guess, prepare for the next stage of life, but, I mean, he's had several major surgeries. Seven major surgeries, okay? It's heartbreaking. Now, he was bleary-eyed. This is all what's being reported. This is in the police report. He was bleary-eyed. He was incoherent. He was cooperative, but obviously not trying to incriminate himself. When I heard that part of the story, okay, my immediate thought was he either took a lot at one time, or he accidentally mixed it with something or whatever, because he apparently he was pretty affected. We'll talk some more. We got to take a break. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. We go back to normal on Monday. It's Sean on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Spring is here, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your home with new Window World windows, siding, doors, and more from Window World. For a limited time during our spring savings event, get 0% interest for 15 months or take advantage of payments as low as $99 a month for up to 10 years with approved credit. And that's not all. Upgrade your home's look with our premium architectural series by Windsor, available in over 50 beautiful painted or stained finishes. Take $200 off every window and $300 off any patio door. Whether you're boosting curb appeal, increasing energy efficiency, or just ready for a fresh new look, Window World has you covered. Proudly fourth generation, locally family owned, we're committed to service for generations. But don't wait, these limited time savings won't last long. Call Window World of San Antonio today or visit windowworldtx.com to schedule your free in-home consultation online. Window World, quality you can trust from a family that's been serving San Antonio and the Texas Hill Country for generations.
If your transmission is acting up, Access Transmission on Thousand Oaks is the only place you need to go to get it repaired or replaced. Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Access Transmission has been the trusted transmission experts in the San Antonio area for over 50 years. Family owned and operated, Access Transmission can handle all your transmission needs, domestic and import. All estimates are free. There are no inspection or diagnostic fees like the big national chains. Shop local and take your vehicle to Access Transmission, where you can get a fair, honest, and free diagnosis of your transmission issue. They can repair or rebuild your transmission with their in-house rebuilders serving San Antonio and the Hill Country. Access Transmission offers free pickup and delivery, and yes, that does include the Hill Country. Located on Thousand Oaks between Jones-Maltzberger and Wetmore Road, call Access Transmission 210-490-4411 490-4411. Access Transmission, the experts in transmission repair.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA. It's 7 o'clock, KTSA, San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. President Trump set for a primetime address later tonight. He'll be giving an important update on Iran, according to the White House. It's going to be happening at 8 o'clock local time. You can hear it live on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1. Before that, Trump will attend arguments on birthright citizenship in the Supreme Court.
Up to now, all the lower courts have rejected the approach by the administration. But the issue is now before the Supreme Court, who's being asked to look at the history of the 14th Amendment and interpret it differently, and say that it's not enough that an individual is born in the United States. They have to be, quote, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And therefore, children born to undocumented individuals should not have the benefit of citizenship.
That's legal analyst Laurie Levinson. KTSA will be keeping our eyes on the story. There's growing optimism a teacher shot Monday morning at Hill Country College Preparatory High School could pull through. We know she's at a local hospital and she is conscious, but no other details, including her name, have been released. The shooting happened not long after school started, and the 15-year-old suspect ended up turning his gun on himself, according to police. The Comal County Sheriff's Office says the gun used in the attack was a .357 Magnum revolver the student brought from home. You can get the latest on the story at KTSA.com. There is a full moon set for tonight and maybe a little bit of irony to go with it.
Tonight's full moon is called the pink moon because it coincides with the spring blooming of pink wildflowers. The full moon also coincides with the scheduled launch of NASA's Artemis II lunar mission, which will take 4 astronauts on 2 trips around the Earth before orbiting the moon. It will be the first crewed mission to the moon since 1972.
It's correspondent Mark Mayfield. The Artemis II launch is set for 5:24 this evening, local time. Time to get caught up with KTSA Sports, sponsored by Connecticut Quality Water Systems. And here we go with Rob Thomas.
In the NBA, the Spurs get back to work tonight, riding a 9-game win streak. They're in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Warriors. Tip set for 9 o'clock. The game will be televised on ESPN. In the NFL, the Dallas Cowboys owner, Jerry Jones, spoke yesterday at the NFL meetings. He was asked about George Pickens and his contract situation. He said there's been no fresh talks, but he does have Pickens in his long-term plans. In the MLB, the Texas Rangers took another one on Danny Jansen. Had a good game. 3 hits, including a 3-run dinger in the 8-5 win. They're going to wrap up their series in Baltimore today, a game you can catch on San Antonio's ESPN AM 1250 and 103.3 at 11 o'clock for the pregame. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA News Time 7:03.
The Easter Bunny? He's lost his dazzle. His tail? Flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, no more poof, see?
And those eggs? They're supposed to be spiffy, colorful, full of magic, but the trap, streaky, like they've been kissed by dust bunnies.
And when the cabbage we're shelling out for eggs, they ought to be the kids' pajamas. But nope, everything's on the fritz, and we know why.
hard water.
Nasty build-up, filmy gunk. It's giving the whole shebang the heebie-jeebies.
It needs a Connecticut. Their non-electric, high-efficiency water softness make water the bee's knees. Your skin, smoother than a gangster's alibi. And eggs?
Gleaming like gold in a G-Man's pocket.
For a limited time, get a free reverse osmosis drinking station, $400 off for trade-in, and 0% interest for 12 months. Call Connecticut of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE. That's 210-656-PURE.
It's a limited time, so hop to us, eh?
License number 38961.
Trey Ware for Dr. Sally and everybody at Here in Texas. They'd love to see you, talk with you about your hearing, and possibly prescribe hearing aids for you to help you hear things you've never heard before. They really are amazing at Here, H-E-A-R, HereInTX.com.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
Buyer Air Conditioning Heating is offering a win-win of a deal. When you install a new AC system with the buyers, we'll throw in a furnace for free. That's right, a new furnace with the installation of a new AC system. Call the Buyer Boys today.
License TACLA 13624E.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time, 7:05 on the dot. Let's see what's happening with KTSA Time Saver traffic.
Good morning. Getting reports of some debris in the roadway on Loop 410 westbound at Perrin Vital. We've got 2 right lanes blocked. Working an accident on Loop 410 on the frontage road westbound at Starcrest, and a stall at I-10 eastbound West Avenue, now off to the shoulder. Definitely starting to fill in a little bit. 90 eastbound 211 over to 410, and 1604 westbound 35 on over to 281. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Breezy and hot today with a mix of clouds and sun, the high of 91. Windy, humid this evening with thickening clouds, the low only 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Mostly cloudy, warm and humid with a thunderstorm in spots Thursday, the high of 86. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now showing cloudy skies and 70 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
I'll call you back. I have to help these guys.
Ware and Rima, 6 till 10. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And it's 6 minutes after 7 on Ware and Rima. Once again, Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday, so it's just me hanging out with Elaine and James and Christian and talking about the news, and we have lots of it. And the phone lines are open if you'd care to join us. 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. We will be carrying the president's address to the nation tonight live, starting up at 8 p.m. our time. He'll be talking about Iran. We also have Artemis 2, which is going to be taken off tonight. As far as I'm hearing, the weather seems fine. This mission is our first return to the moon in over 50 years, obviously. And we're just going to fly around the moon. Just going to take a little ride around the moon and see how we accomplish that. And the idea being, and Trump is very Kennedy-esque in his support of space exploration, which a lot of people kind of lost interest in, frankly, over the past 20 years. I would say since the Challenger explosion, that's when I kind of noticed a change in attitude towards space exploration. It wasn't the first accident or horrible thing that had happened in exploring space or going up there. One of the Apollo missions went bad, as you remember, upon reentry. But it was the first time in the modern era where you have live cameras on something and something really horrible happens, and we all kind of saw it at the same time. And if you think about it, really it was around that. And space shuttles weren't, I'm not diminishing the project at all, but I always said they're upper atmosphere taxi cabs, basically. They don't go into deep space. You learn a lot. We learned a lot through the shuttle program. But it was more a transport to the space station and things like that. But the general attitude towards space travel and exploration markedly changed, I would say. And then we had the other shuttle that exploded as well. Because when I was a kid, I'm 58 now, and I know Trey and I have talked about this before, days like today were a huge deal. I mean, the whole family gathered around the TV to watch the Apollo missions. Of course, then you only had, a handful of TVs or TV channels. Now I'm sounding like an old fart, but I am. I'm becoming an old fart. And when I was a kid, space stuff was exciting. Every shot was exciting. Every liftoff was exciting. Every reentry, this is stuff that we watched. It was a big deal. And I like the way Trump has been very pro. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to the moon. What we're dealing with the Artemis project is we do this fly around. The next mission is to land again on the moon. And understand that and Trey also brings this up a lot, when we first landed on the moon, the technology was fairly primitive. I mean, we basically got there with the technology that you would have used at that time for a Casio calculator. And of course, you and I benefit from space exploration every day. When you look at our phones, we look at our laptops, we got robots now mopping our floors. A lot of that tech, frankly, was born out of space exploration and what we developed to do that. I've always been a huge fan. I'm a sci-fi guy, but I've always been, very excited about stuff like this. So we wish the crew well, and we hope the liftoff goes well and everything goes as planned. Again, that's taking place tonight. I want to address, it's also Holy Week. It is Holy Wednesday, or what is called Spy Wednesday, which in the Catholic tradition is the day that old Judas went and basically sold his best friend for cash and was offered 30 pieces of silver. That's why it's called Spy Wednesday. And if you've been following me, you know that I'm trying to get back into church, and I'm probably ultimately going to go Catholic because my wife is. We got some audio from The View we're going to play a little later on about Usha and JD. And, and how that religiously, she's just, his slave and is addicted to power. We'll get into that stuff a little later on. But one story I haven't, so it is Holy Week, and one story I haven't, it's one of those stories I just haven't made it to yet because we've been so busy, we've had so much to talk about, is this basketball guy, Jaden Ivey. I don't follow basketball anymore. I did for a little while a few years ago, but I don't know who he is. I don't know anything about the NBA at this point. But he plays for the Chicago Bulls, and he was waived, I guess is what they call it, from the Chicago Bulls on Monday for some comments that he made about Pride Month. Now, I don't know anything about this guy other than the little bit of reading I've done. But he is a guy who claims he, was was in trouble all the time as a kid. He was addicted to, he said he had a porn addiction, and that he found Christ and turned his life over to Jesus. And that's his life now, as I guess I would assume as a born-again Christian or a relatively recent convert to Christianity, however long, James, I don't even know how long ago that was. But he's making comments about Pride Month, and it's celebrating unrighteousness. And so he was waived from the Chicago Bulls. What does that mean? Does that mean he's just not playing? He's like a suspension?
No, you're fired.
Oh, you're fired. Oh, he's done. So
Yeah.
they cut him loose from the Chicago Bulls for those comments.
Any team can pick him up.
Okay, but they fired him for saying the stuff about Pride Month. He responded in some Instagram posts. That's the news today. They're liars. This is lying. They're lying, saying my conduct is detrimental to the team. That's a lie. Ask any one of those coaches, was I a good teammate?
That's the clause in the contract that got him out so they could fire him, was detrimental to the team.
Because it's
conduct.
like if you worked for a company
Yep.
and your behavior or statements outside of that company, would have brought them bad PR, so to speak, or made life difficult, well, they could fire you. A lot of people have that in their contracts and stuff. And so he was responding to that. Now, again, not being a basketball guy, I kind of looked into the stories. I found that interesting. And I find this entire revolution we see going on of especially young people seeking out faith, going back to church. I told you earlier in the week I'd seen some stats that a lot of young people are converting to Catholicism, which I find interesting. Myself and my own personal journey, I'm probably going to do that. That's probably what I'm going to do. I have kind of circled around the Catholic Church my entire life. My parents were Lutherans. I was confirmed a Methodist, but we basically went to a Methodist church for many years because that's just where we lived, and there wasn't a Lutheran church close. But I've always been fascinated and intrigued and have always loved the Catholic faith, frankly, to be honest with you. I like the seriousness, and this is what we're finding about young people who are converting to Catholicism, is they like the traditional stuff. They like the pageantry of it and the seriousness of it and the tradition of it. And that's why a lot of people, they've seen like a 25% uptick, I think, in conversions to Catholicism from young people, from a certain young demographic. And again, it's Holy Wednesday, Spy Wednesday. And so I look back on some of this guy's comments that got him fired from the Chicago Bulls. Let's see. Before I came to the Lord Jesus Christ, the NBA was everything to me. I didn't know God. I didn't know Jesus when I came to the NBA. I was a pornography addict and used to get drunk. And so I knew after a win and after all these points, I felt good. I felt like I had everything set out for me. But then he said, ultimately, he got to know Jesus and converted his life over to Christ. The video that got him in trouble is when he said the world can proclaim LGBTQ, right? They proclaim Pride Month in the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. Unrighteousness is what he said. He also, but this is where it gets interesting for me, and I got a personal reflection to add to this. He said Catholicism is a false religion. And that's something I've encountered here and there, especially since moving to South Texas, San Antonio, and largely being surrounded by Catholics. I mean, in my personal life, most of the people I know are Catholics. And I've never really, I understand theologically why other denominations have an issue with Catholicism. I understand it has to do with the saints and the adoration of the saints and the elevation of even Mary to the level of Jesus. And I get the theological differences, but every denomination has theological differences. That's why they're denominations. That's why they are separate. Everybody has a slightly different way of interpreting Christian theology. And I've never understood, and I still don't, frankly. And the reason I bring it up, and we'll take a break, I know I'm going late. Actually, I'll pick it up there with the personal thing after we get back, is that I Palm Sunday, I turn on a Christian station because I wasn't able to go to church, and they were having a discussion about Catholicism being a false religion on Palm Sunday, which I found kind of like, of all days, is this the day to have that discussion? So we'll pick it up again there coming up. Right now, let me tell you about my friends at Trajan Wealth. My wife and I have been working with them for a little over a year now on a financial plan for the next chapter of our lives. That is what they do at Trajan Wealth. They help craft personal financial plans for you that work best for you. We're doing, I guess you would say, spring cleaning on our financial stuff, working with our portfolio manager, Blair, who is very patient with me because I'm new to a lot of this stuff. And so it takes me a little while, frankly, to understand certain things, but she answers every question I ask her. I trust her advice. They are fiduciaries, so they always put the client's needs first. When you make more money, they make more money. So I trust the advice I'm getting from Blair. In fact, I'll be talking to her again in a couple of days. If you'd like to talk to them, give them a call. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. I am an actual client. This is a paid advertisement. Additional disclosures are available at TrajanWealth.com. Go to that website, TrajanWealth.com, or call them up 210-201-7100. AccuWeather for today, breezy, very warm, with the temperatures approaching a record high of 93. Tonight, windy and humid, otherwise some clouds with a low of 70 along the Riverwalk, 66 in the Hill Country. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy and humid, maybe a thunderstorm, a high of 86. 71 degrees on News Talk 550, KTSA.
Good morning. Getting reports of some debris in the roadway on Loop 410 westbound at Perrin Beidel. We've got 2 right lanes blocked. Working an accident on Loop 410 on the frontage road westbound at Starcrest, and a stall at I-10 eastbound West Avenue, now off to the shoulder. Definitely starting to fill in a little bit. 90 eastbound 211 over to 410, and 1604 westbound 35 on over to 281. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Breaking news, bold analysis, and the stories shaping our future. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars at Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Oil isn't the only resource hit hard by global events. American farmers are sounding the alarm by fertilizer prices at planting season. Will this disrupt our food supply? Raising prices cause shortages? I'm not waiting to find out, and neither should you. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com, get a 3-month emergency food supply. They'll include $200 worth of extra survival protein absolutely free. After serving more than 3 million American families since 2008, you can trust MyPatriotSupply.com. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com.
At Poderosa Ranch, your pup is our priority. Boarding, training, daycare, and bathing, we treat your dog like family. With 3 area locations, Poderosa Ranch can't wait to be your pup's home away from home. Book their next day or stay with us at WeLoveYourDog.net.
Imagine a clinic where you can see your primary care provider, who will actually help you reduce your medications and improve your overall health. A clinic where you are rewarded for getting rid of medications. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health. A place where you have a whole team of professionals that work together to balance your hormones, reduce your digestive issues, decrease inflammation, improve energy, sleep better, and get out of pain naturally. At the Institute for Functional Health, you receive state-of-the-art testing, education, and care. You are never alone, and you will have a team that is relentless in the pursuit to make you the best version of yourself. Now is the time to take care of your health. Call us at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. You don't have to worry, we can see you now. Call 468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
Call Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. 468-1891. 468-1891.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Operation Epic Fury. Continuing coverage on News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
21 minutes after 7 on News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071. Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week, so it's just me. We'll be back to normal on Monday. We are carrying the President's Address to the Nation live this evening on KTSA, starting up at 8 p.m. And coming up in a little bit, we'll get to the Kid Rock thing. I haven't talked about that either with the Apaches. Hegseth talked about that yesterday on X. And just so in case this was keeping you up late at night, today also begins National Poetry Month. I write the damn stuff, and I've never cared. But, that's it. That's where we are. I wanted to pick up briefly with what I was saying a few minutes ago, because it is Holy Week. This is San Antonio, Texas. Got a lot of Catholics in this town. I am, and especially because then my wife and I would be able to, go on this back to church journey together. I'm more than likely going to start investigating converting to Catholicism, which is something I've been pondering for a long time anyway. I don't understand the dislike of Catholics by other denominations, some other denominations. I never have. I don't have any theological problems with Catholicism at all, and I've been a Christian my whole life. Like I said, I grew up in the Lutheran Church, was confirmed in the Methodist faith. I know that a lot of it has to do with the saints and stuff like that. I've always said, and because I've studied most of the world's classic religions over the course of my life. For the brief period of time that I stumbled through college, I was actually a philosophy and religions major. And I go home. We have our patron saint is St. Jude, patron saint of my wife's family. Works out for me, patron saint of impossible tasks and lost causes, of which I've always felt I was kind of one of those. You know what's interesting? My birthday is the day of feast for St. Jude. And so we light a St. Jude candle every night before we go to bed. And I'm like a lot of young people who are switching to Catholicism, and that I've always admired it as a way of life and the seriousness with which people take their Catholicism. Because I'm sorry, I know a lot of other people who they hit church on Sunday and that's it.
No,
I'm not talking Catholics.
I know, but the real deal ones, that's every day they go to church.
It's a daily thing. It is. I've always compared it, and I'm not comparing them theologically at all, but I've always compared Catholics in a sense to Hinduism in that it is a life. It is not a one-day-a-week thing. And I'm not saying people from other denominations are just one-day-a-weekers, but you know the kind of people I'm talking about. It's a serious thing. It's a way of life. And I've always appreciated the seriousness of it as a faith, as a way of life. And I've just never understood the anti-Catholic thing. And I still don't. And this NBA guy, had kind of brought that into the discussion when he was talking about, the Pride Month and all that stuff. And like I said, on Palm Sunday, I'm hearing a debate between two Christians about Catholicism. And I just found that strange. Like, of all days, is this the day to be discussing, can't you just let it go for a day? So whatever. He's been fired. He says it's unfair and all that. The other story that I haven't hit this week that I've been meaning to, just one more thing in the comparison with the Hindus. The Hindus have multiple gods. They got like lots and lots of gods. They have a god for every single thing. There's like a god for washing the dishes. There's a god for everything. And it's a way of visualizing the divine in certain specific situations, which is what I do with the saints. Like if you're a Hindu and you need strength, you start thinking about Ganesh, who's the guy with the big elephant head. If I'm having a rough day, I have certain saints that I think about and kind of focus my prayers on, and that to me is a way of visualizing my prayers. Most of the time, it is St. Jude, who is my favorite of the saints. So that's kind of how I theologically go from being pretty much a Protestant or going to different kinds of churches my entire life and making the transition to Catholicism, which I do have a great deal of respect for. Kid Rock. Kid Rock, he's not a guy that I ever followed much. And I was in alt rock for a while back in the late 90s when he was kind of emerging. I thought the song what's the All Summer Long? I thought that was a really cool song. But I'm not a guy who followed Kid Rock. I couldn't tell you anything about his music beyond like a couple of songs. But man, as that guy emerged as a figure of love of country, patriotism, and he's at his place on Saturday.
Which is a replica of the White House.
Oh, is it really? I didn't even know that's a replica of the White House.
Yeah,
he's got one of these elevated pools.
Scaled replica of the White House.
Well, he's got an elevated pool overlooking this great valley, and he's got a replica of the Statue of Liberty, and a couple of Apache helicopters show up and just kind of hang there for a second, like, hey, Kid Rock. He salutes them, and they take off. They're on their way to a training mission.
Hi, Bob. How you doing,
That was
Bob?
Robert Ritchie, right? That's his
Yeah.
name. That's all it was. And, of course, all of a sudden it's, that's taxpayer money that's fueling those things. Did they have permission to do this? They were going to be sanctioned. The pilots were going to have some problems. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, announced on X yesterday afternoon, thank you, Kid Rock. U.S. Army pilot suspension lifted. No punishment, no investigation. Carry on, Patriots. And I'm fine with that. Now, if people want to sit there and run their mouths about, how it's a big waste of money or whatever, All right, I have one word for you, Minnesota. Okay, your tax dollars are being wasted and squandered and laundered in a million different ways from Sunday as far as the people who claim they're using your money to do good things. This is another one of those things where I'm going to say, as an American tax-paying citizen, I'm fine with some of my money going to the fuel for those Apache helicopters, for the cool shot of them kind of saying hi to Kid Rock, all right? I can roll with that. I'm all right. So if you're not all right with that, call us up, 210-5, or anything you want to talk about, 210-599-5555. Got to take a break. Once again, show's going quickly today. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. We are carrying the President's Speech live tonight, starting up at 8 p.m. It is Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Rescue dogs. They have incredible backstories and appetites. San Antonio's no-kill dog rescues want to nourish all these good dogs until they find forever homes. So it's time again for the KTSA 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday, April 9th from our studios and continues Friday the 10th from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with National Dog Show voice John O'Hurley, us, and the dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W. Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday, April 9th on KTSA.
I'm a big believer, and I can sit here and tell you how great they are, but until you check it out for yourself, you're never going to know. I'm talking about Evolve Medical Group. Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain or limited movement, if you're not able to do the things you've always loved to do, get in touch with EvolveMedGroup.com today. That's exactly what I did a few months ago. And I got to tell you guys, I'm moving better than I have in years, probably even decades. Old sports injuries were bothering me, working on a ranch, driving race cars, all those things that cause pain in your body, and maybe you have your own set of arthritic pain or joint pain or whatever. Listen, at Evolve, they do PRP, they do stem cells, they have hormone replacement, weight loss with or without GLP-1 medications, skin rejuvenation. Man, they do it all. They want you to feel your best, and it's worked for me. It wasn't that long ago. I was having a hard time getting around, but not anymore. In fact, I spread a whole bunch of mulch on my yard just a couple of weeks ago. I feel great. Not a problem at all. I want you to find out more about them. They do primary care, too, at Evolve Medical Group. Just log on and mention Trey Ware at EvolveMedGroup.com.
It's time to improve your home, slow it down, and do it right. Choose a company worthy of your trust and worthy of your family. For windows, siding, and doors, call or visit SouthwestExteriors.com. Southwest Exteriors, the look you love coming home to.
All you got to do is call Quarter Moon, like I've been saying for over 35 years. Just call Quarter Moon. Hey, Trey Ware here. For all of your plumbing problems, all of your AC issues, and boy, if it's this hot now, you know what June, July, and August are going to hold, right? You want to make sure you're ahead of it when it comes to the AC. If you ever have an AC issue, just call the team at Quarter Moon. They'll get an AC tech out to your home who's highly qualified, ready to take care of you with a fully stocked truck. And they're there 24/7. So you don't ever have to be uncomfortable in your home with Quarter Moon, the good guys, ready to roll to your place. They also do great plumbing services, too. So if you got a water heater that's not working right, a leaky faucet, or a toilet that doesn't flush, you just call Quarter Moon. It's that simple. That's why I've been saying that for so long. Just call Quarter Moon. It's that simple. Their license is TACLA 88589E, and they're ready to roll to your home whenever you need them. 24/7, 365. Just call Quarter Moon. 210-651-5899. That's 210-651-5899 for Quarter Moon.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057, or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
For a lot of people, just hearing the word dentist brings anxiety. Maybe you've been putting it off for years because of fear or because you're embarrassed. I get it. But Dr. Mark J. Williamson in San Antonio has built his entire dental practice around people just like you. At Dr. Williamson and Associates, you'll never be judged, you'll be cared for. His team listens, takes their time, and tailors every treatment to you. And if you're really anxious, Dr. Williamson offers IV sedation so you can literally sleep through your appointment and wake up with a healthy smile. Sometimes taking care of years of neglect in just one morning. So don't fear the dentist. Take that first step toward confidence and health. Right off Loop 410 and Cherry Ridge. Call 210-341-2569 or visit mjwdental.com. That's mjwdental.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
President Trump will address the nation tonight at 8 o'clock local time. He'll be giving what's being called an important update on Iran. You can catch the whole thing here on 550 KTSA and FM 1071. San Antonio police now looking for the person responsible for a fatal shooting on the east side early this morning. The shots left around a dozen shell casings in the street. And for the first time since 1972, mankind is headed back to the moon. Today's launch set for 5:24 this evening. KTSA News Time, 7:34.
Good morning. We are working a trouble spot on Loop 410. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. 410 northbound at Ingram. This wreck in the left lane causing a 15-minute delay. It's got you slow from Lakeside Parkway. I-10 westbound Ackerman. That stalls off to the shoulder. Still working that wreck on Loop 410 westbound Starcrest. It's on the frontage road. Your main lanes are getting by. And I-10 eastbound West Avenue disabled vehicle right lane. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun today, breezy and hot with the high of 91. Windy, humid this evening with thickening clouds tonight, the low 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Mostly cloudy, not as hot, but still warm and humid with a thunderstorm in spots Thursday, the high of 86. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 71 degrees, mostly cloudy, San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
7:35 on Ware and Rima, News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071. Also on YouTube now. And we're getting some comments about some of the things that I've mentioned already. We'll address those comments a little later on. I want to make sure I'm hitting all the major news stories first. Again, President Trump will speak about Iran tonight. He'll address the nation at 8 p.m. We'll bring that to you live here on KTSA, so make sure you're listening. Another story that's been circling around that I really haven't had time to get to yet is one I want to address right now, because we are dealing with birthright citizenship today. The Supreme Court is dealing with that today. I don't know if we'll have a decision before we get off the air or not. Not likely, but that debate, and we can have that debate and talk about that in a little bit here on this show. Trey and I talk about that quite often on the program, so we'll address that at some point. But this thing in Rhode Island. Now, we live in San Antonio, Texas. My wife is from the West Side. I love the West Side. I think it's beautiful. I love the murals. Some of those, you'll see some incredible artwork on the west side of San Antonio, Texas, on the buildings. Some of these gorgeous murals that I just love. So I'm a mural fan. I like murals, man. I do some painting and drawing, you know that. From like a creative, technical standpoint, anybody that can make a painting that large on the side of a building impresses the hell out of me. I mean, that's an impressive thing to do as a work of art, as an artist. And so we have a guy in Rhode Island who is doing a mural honoring Irina Zarutska, who was the Ukrainian refugee who escaped her homeland after the Russian invasion. She's riding a commuter train in North Carolina, and was ultimately a guy just came up behind her and slit her throat, basically. And she has kind of become, because she was just a young woman coming home from a day at work, working at a pizza place. Really the epitome of the American dream, right? You come here with nothing, and you work towards something, and you go to work every day, and you work hard to make your particular American dream come true. She was coming home from work after Elaine, you and I both done restaurant work. It's not easy work for a young person or anybody for that matter, and lost her life because some a-hole that shouldn't have been on the streets anyway, and had multiple offenses in his past, had been let go and was out, and did what he did. He killed her. And so in Rhode Island, you have a person who is doing a mural to honor her. We have a lawmaker in Providence, and this is where the mural is, David Morales, who is a Democrat. I know that's shocking. And he doesn't like the mural. It is on the outside of a gay club in downtown Providence. I don't know that has any connection to the mural. I don't know much about how one gets a permit to do a mural. I imagine there's some kind of agreement with whoever owns the building and, whatever. But David Morales and the mayor of Providence, who's Mayor Smiley, say that this mural does not properly represent the values of Providence, Rhode Island. David Morales. Ultimately, we want to make sure that every community member who calls Providence home feels safe, says Representative David Morales. We can both agree that this mural behind us does not reflect Providence's values, nor does it reflect the creativity that we would want to see in our city. Really? Wow. You can see the mural's not done. I mean, the dude's still working on it. I'm trying to come up with the name of the artist here that's working on it. I had it just a second ago, but it's gorgeous work, what he's doing thus far. And I'm not really seeing anything directly political about the image, other than it's a very large painting of Irina Zarutska. And, let's face it, we are all dealing with the issue of the fact that we had a freaking open border for 4 years, and a lot of bad people came into this country. And plus we have a revolving door justice system that lets guys like the guy, he wasn't an immigrant himself, but the guy who killed her out on the streets. She has become the face of the kind of immigrant that this idea that MAGA and Donald Trump and guys like me hate migrants and hate immigration is such a bunch of bullcrap. That's what we're talking about. There's somebody who came here legally, escaping a horrible situation, came to America as a young person to start her life over. She survived war in freaking Ukraine and gets killed by a guy. And I guess a mural of her is, what are we supposed to assume here, makes illegal immigrants in Providence feel unsafe? I mean, is that what you're saying? Is that the artistic analysis I'm getting here? Because that's what they're saying. We want everybody to feel welcome. Well, ultimately, Irina Zarutska, was made to feel welcome. She came here legally and just murdered on a plane by some guy who shouldn't have been out on the streets. Elon Musk, what are his values? Talking about this Morales. He cites people, what's that?
Apparently he's backing the mural.
Elon Musk, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's paying for it.
He is. That's right. Thanks. You're right. I left that out of it. He is financing this. It's a very large painting. Musk goes on X. He cites people wanting to be safe as a reason to destroy a mural on a private building meant to honor a murdered woman. Oh, I'm sorry. That's another writer. That's Red State writer Beyonce on X. She's referencing Musk and his support, and she's being critical. She's being critical of Musk. You can't imagine how crazy Democrats... Oh, no, she's criticizing the Morales guy and the mayor of Providence. You can't imagine how crazy Democrats are in these blue bastions. You think what you see on MSNBC is nuts. It's even worse in their bubble cities. Musk had asked, what are the values you're describing? if this mural doesn't represent the values of Providence, Rhode Island, then what values are you talking about are being maligned, if you will? In other words, what's the unsafe part about this mural? The unsafe thing we're dealing with in this country are bad guys are being let out and they're committing more bad crimes and violent crimes. We have a Democratic Party that largely supports illegal immigrants and largely supports and is against the deportation or even arrest of illegal aliens who are here who commit violent crimes. But an immigrant who comes here legally and is, allegedly, as far as we know, was working her ass off at a pizza restaurant to get by and to make her American dream come true. You have nothing. You don't want to see her. You don't want her face anywhere. Putting her face on the side of a building somehow makes people feel unsafe. I feel unsafe with a justice system that lets people like the guy who killed her back out on the streets. I feel unsafe as an American citizen with a freaking open border for 4 years because a political party can't make an argument for what they want, so they have to ship in a bunch of people and just give them the right to vote so they can cheat elections. And damn the families that lose loved ones as a result of that. Damn the people who have lost a brother or a sister or a daughter or a son. They don't matter. So I'm with Elon. What values exactly are you talking about, man? What values? Who's feeling unsafe because of this mural? I'd like to talk to somebody who actually feels unsafe looking at this mural. Do I feel unsafe at the idea that you could just be on a train and some crazy guy who shouldn't be on the streets could come up behind you and just kill you for no damn reason? That makes me feel pretty damn unsafe on occasion. Not me specifically, but you know what I mean. This is why Democrats are just not the cool kids in the room anymore. This is why people can't stand you. You understand that, right? This is why you have to cheat elections. Because you've lost your soul collectively as a party. If you can't handle a mural, not even in North Carolina, this isn't even anywhere near where this woman was murdered. This is in Providence, Rhode Island. And you're telling me that her face on the side of a building makes people in Providence, Rhode Island feel unsafe. Again, this is why you guys have to cheat elections. This is why people can't stand you right now. All right? Holy crap. Get a grip on yourselves. 210-599-5555. 210-599-5555. Yeah, and Elon is funding the mural. It's a gorgeous mural. I hope they let it continue and they're able to finish it because it's gorgeous artwork. And, wow, the least we can do for this immigrant who lost her life for no damn reason is allow for a mural to be painted in her honor and memory on the side of a building anywhere in this country. 210-599-5555. 210-599-5555. I'll go ahead and take a break again. And Sean Trey is off this week. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA. Breezy and very warm. Might get up to about 93 today, which is a record we haven't seen since 2011. Tonight, windy and very humid. Thickening clouds. A low of 70 along the Riverwalk. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy and humid with maybe a thunderstorm. A high of 86. 71 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. As you head into your commute, we do have a few trouble spots. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. On I-10 westbound, right as you approach Geevers, got an accident. 410 northbound Ingram, that's a 20-minute delay due to this wreck in the left lane. On I-10 westbound at Ackerman, disabled vehicle off to the shoulder, and this wreck at 410 westbound at Starcrest, it's on the frontage road. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP, or online, madd.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
I just love telling you about Amegy Bank. Hey, Trey Ware here for David McGee and the entire family at Amegy Bank. Well, I call them a family because that's what they are to us. They have treated our family so well over the years. Started, 12, 15 years ago, something like that, when we had our mortgage refied. And I know that they saved us probably tens of thousands of dollars when it come down to it, because they just looked at every last aspect of our mortgage and they looked for ways to save us money. And so we've done more business with Amegy, and I got more business we're going to be doing with Amegy Bank. They've got a brand new branch over at Bitters and 281. I absolutely love this place. You can go in. They have more than 80 branch locations around, so there's got to be one near you, or you can just go online at AmegyBank.com. They are your go-to bank for all small business needs, particularly family businesses as well. The best bank in Texas for SBA loans is right here at Amegy Bank. Check them out. You're going to love the folks at Amegy. I guarantee you that. Amegy Bank. Amegy N.A. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Thomas J. Henry Law fights even when the insurance company says your claim is worth nothing. Thomas J. Henry doesn't back down. That's how we put over $1 billion in our clients' pockets in just the last 4 years. Visit thomasjhenrylaw.com. Principal office, San Antonio.
Texas Rhino Shield looks amazing. Every home, including my own, that I have seen Rhino Shield on, it is transformative. Hey, Trey Ware here. Texas Rhino Shield, Anthony LaBarbera. He's ready to come to you and talk to you about your home, sprucing it up, making it look better than it ever has. Because, see, here's what they do. When they come out, first thing is they wash your home completely and totally, every square centimeter of it. Then, if anything needs to be done, getting it ready for the application of Rhino Shield, they take care of that, like rotted boards or whatever. Then they apply Rhino Shield. And by the way, this is not a clear coating that goes over your existing paint. No. This is all new, and it protects like nothing else will. Certainly, paint can't do it. Not like Rhino Shield can. Rhino Shield's ceramic coating that's 9 times thicker than paint. So it goes on, it looks fantastic, and you won't have to worry about it for the next 25 years because it's got a 25-year warranty, and you can take $2,500 off right now when you mention Trey Ware when you log on to TexasRhinoShield.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 210-201-7100. That's 210-201-7100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's $1,500 off your new walk-in shower. Hi, Trey Ware here. Bathwise is your go-to for all things bathroom. Bathwise, formerly Safe Showers, does 2-day hassle-free shower remodels all over San Antonio. They make your space a whole lot safer and more beautiful without weeks of noise and no grout to worry about. If you're thinking about a tub-to-shower conversion, walk-in tub, slip-resistant flooring, grab bars, bathroom upgrades that look sharp and function a whole lot better, it's the kind of upgrade that helps you stay confident in your home as the years roll on. Get a free no-obligation consultation, too. Custom upgrades that will make your bath safer and increase your home's value. And right now, get $1,500 off a new walk-in shower, but this offer won't last long. Get your free quote now at Bathwise.com and special discounts for veterans, too. Go to Bathwise.com today and take advantage of this special deal, but hurry, it won't last long. Get a free no-obligation consultation, too. $1,500 off Bathwise.com. Every leader feels the pressure to do AI, but rushing in leads to leaks and wasted budget. Bridgehead IT starts with a full AI assessment to secure your data and find where AI actually moves the needle. Stop guessing. Lead with confidence at bridgeheadit.com.
You know the moment. You're leading a big meeting, everyone's watching, but the projector won't connect.
The screen stays blank, the sound is cutting out, the pressure's on, and the technology is failing you.
Now it's awkward. You're apologizing, scrambling, wasting time.
And your client is wondering if this is how you run your business.
At Bjorn's, we eliminate that problem with business AV solutions that are professional, seamless, and built to perform.
Our systems are easy to use with wireless control, dependable sound, and flawless video.
Whether you're meeting in a small room or a large conference space, we make sure your tech is ready to go every time.
So you look sharp, feel confident, and stay focused on what matters, your message.
We design, install, and support everything you need to turn frustrating meetings into smooth, impressive ones.
Don't let outdated equipment cost you your next deal.
Upgrade your conference room today.
Because if it's technology,
it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
Trey Ware for Dr. Sally and everybody at Here in Texas. They'd love to see you, talk with you about your hearing, and possibly prescribe hearing aids for you to help you hear things you've never heard before. They really are amazing at Here, H-E-A-R, HereInTX.com.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
News Talk 550 KTSA FM 1071. Ware and Rima. Again, Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. Let's take a couple of calls. We've talked about a lot over the past couple of hours. Jason, how are you? What's going on with you?
Hey, Rhymester. Hey, look, this Providence weirdo, this mayor, we just had one of those, and he's became the county judge.
He's going to become, we believe, he's got an election to win, but.
Yeah, he will. I think San Antonio's doomed. He didn't do anything good for San Antonio.
I concur.
And if you notice, and I know you and the Tracers talked about this, dude can't get a job, right? Can't get a job, can't produce anything, can't provide a service. He's a leech off the government.
You're talking about you're comparing Ron to David Morales and this Mayor Smiley out in Providence.
Yeah. Nurenturd, the dude can't work. He leeches off the taxpayer, and these dupes down there just keep voting for him.
Yeah, you're right. But I like the term blue bubble in that, in these cities where it's just always been predominantly liberal Democrat. A guy like that probably makes sense to a lot of the people there, for whatever reasons. But the mural, and I appreciate the call, dude. The mural thing is, come on, man. Have a heart. Have some soul to you. What's that?
We have some breaking news.
Oh, we do.
DJT on his True Social put Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire.
Really?
We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages.
April Fools. No, it's not April Fools.
This is real.
Better not be.
No, it's not April Fools.
This is Donald Trump saying that they're calling for a ceasefire.
On his Truth Social.
On his Truth Social on the day that he's going to address the nation, which we're going to carry live at 8 p.m. And he says, we'll see, but if not, we'll still keep blowing you to bits, basically.
Well, if this will keep boots off the ground, which would be, I think, a major victory for him to not have to put any troops on the ground.
I agree. They're already there, but they're not, as far as going into
they're just chilling and hanging out.
Very quickly, let's talk to Juan. Juan, how are you? You're on News Talk 550 KTSA. What are you thinking?
Thank you for taking my call. Just basically just stating that, people don't have common sense anymore. That's what the Democrats are. Unfortunately, all these radical thinking about men and women's sports and transgender surgeries and all of that nonsensical stuff, people still vote for these kind of people because they have in them, no common sense. It's all the way to the top, all the way to the people in the Senate that are Democrats are trying to, force all of these radical, leftist thoughts.
The only, and you're right, and again, my man Trey brings this up quite often, that, the only real support base who are there by choice anymore are the radicals, are the people that buy into the gender crap, are the people that, would agree with this Morales guy that a mural of Irina Zarutska somehow makes people feel threatened. They buy into every stitch of it. Now, and I appreciate the call, Juan, whether they, and I've said this before, whether they actually believe some of this crap inside their own minds, I'm sorry, for me, is still up for debate. But the fact that, which makes it even dumber, in my opinion, especially when it comes to gender. Like, if in your mind you know the crap you're hearing about gender is nonsense, but you're out there fighting for it anyway, you're choosing to claim you believe that crap, that makes you even more of a dumbass than somebody who, actually believes that gender is somehow a choice and it's not biological. We have some other comments on the YouTube stream, but I think I'm going to run out of time here to be able to address some of those, so we'll do that next hour. Plus, we'll kind of revisit some of the big stories of the day again. Trump will address the nation tonight. Elaine just read a recent post, a new post by him concerning Iran and the request for a ceasefire. He is going to address the nation tonight at 8 p.m. We will carry that live on News Talk 550 KTSA.
I get to talk to you about Southwest Metal Roofing Systems, and again, a company I know, I trust. They're the ones I had put on my roof probably 25 years back. Still absolutely beautiful, never had one single problem with it. Called them back and said, hey, would you consider putting a roof on my barn? So this past year, several thousand square feet of roof on my barn. They do all kinds of homes, businesses, outbuildings, and the material they use is true lifetime quality. It's a Galvalume type material, and it simply doesn't rust out or go bad. My roof looks as good as the day they installed it. It truly is a lifetime roof. They give you the best guarantee in the industry. Most insurance companies will give you a discount on your homeowner's insurance. I just love Southwest Metal Roofing Systems. They do the job. They're prompt. They clean up after themselves, and you will truly get the best roof in the industry. Give them a call, 210-822-6868. It's 210-822-6868 for Southwest Metal Roofing Systems.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 8 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. President Trump is set to attend the birthright citizenship hearing in the Supreme Court later this morning. That's according to his public schedule released on Tuesday.
Trump said he wants to go because the issue is so important.
It is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's been so badly handled by legal people over the years.
Trump signed an executive order on his first day back in office to end birthright citizenship for children born to parents in the U.S. illegally or temporarily. Opponents to Trump's plan have argued that goes against the Constitution's 14th Amendment. Trump told reporters on Tuesday the 14th Amendment was only intended to ensure former slaves and their children were recognized as U.S. citizens after the Civil War.
That's correspondent Mark Mayfield. Later tonight, Trump will address the nation at 8 o'clock local time. He'll be giving an update on Iran. We'll have the whole thing live here on 550 KTSA and FM 107.1. A man is dead after a shooting early this morning on the east side. San Antonio police found the man dead around 1 o'clock on Center Street. There were numerous shell casings not far away from the body. Homicide detectives are now taking a look at those. Beyond that, little is known about the motive for the shooting, and no arrests have been made. The Artemis rocket set to go at Kennedy Space Center for the launch of 4 astronauts tonight. On this mission, they're all headed to the moon, but first, the weather has to cooperate.
These are the parameters that we have to, or the rules that we have to abide by, whether to launch or launch. Temperature has to be between 38 and 94 degrees. The winds have to be less than 33 miles an hour at 132 feet. Lightning can't have any of that near us. Clouds, 4,500 feet thick, can't have that. Cumulus clouds have to be farther than 10 miles away. That could be the issue. Everything else is a green check mark.
That's correspondent Rob Marciano. If all goes as planned, the launch to the moon will happen at 5:24 this evening, local time. KTSA News Time 8:02. Rob Thompson stepping in right here with KTSA Sports.
In the NBA, the Spurs get back to work tonight, riding a 9-game win streak. They're in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Warriors. Tip set for 9 o'clock. The game will be televised on ESPN. In the NFL, the Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones spoke yesterday at the NFL meetings. He was asked about George Pickens and his contract situation. He said there's been no fresh talks, but he does have Pickens in his long-term plans. In the MLB, the Texas Rangers took another one on Danny Jansen. Had a good game. 3 hits, including a 3-run dinger in the 8-5 win. They're going to wrap up their series in Baltimore today, a game you can catch on San Antonio's ESPN AM 1250 and 103.3 at 11 o'clock for the pregame. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA News Time, 8:03.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057 or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at evolvemedgroup.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time is 8:05. Rush hour definitely happening. Debbie Alcacer's got all the details here. KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Well, your morning rush hour just got real busy. 410 eastbound, Babcock, accident with 3 left lanes blocked. On 151 eastbound at Ingram, that right lane is blocked, and that has you stop and go from Military Drive. I-10 westbound approaching Gebers. This wreck is causing a 10-minute delay slow from Houston Street. Downtown got a broken down vehicle on 37 northbound Carolina Street, right lane. And on Loop 410 northbound at Ingram, west side, accident, left lane. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Breezy and hot today with a mix of clouds and sun, the high of 91. Windy, humid this evening with thickening clouds, the low only 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Mostly cloudy, warm and humid with a thunderstorm in spots Thursday, the high of 86. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 70 degrees, still cloudy. San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
I'll call you back. I have to help these guys.
Ware and Rima, 6 till 10. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And it's 6 minutes after 8 on News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. The big story we're going to deal with right now, we had mentioned the Supreme Court's going to be dealing with this executive action shot down by a lower court involving one of Trump's executive actions, this one limiting birthright citizenship. It goes back to the 14th Amendment, which became federal law in 1947, I believe. 1868 is when the amendment was ratified, and we all know what the 14th Amendment's originality was all about. It's the end of the Civil War. It was Reconstruction. It was a way to make people who were formerly enslaved citizens of this country. Again, became federal law in the 1940s, and like a lot of programs, if you will, or things that this country offers to folks, there became an abuse of it by people who, and certainly we've had this discussion quite a lot, especially during the so-called Biden years, or whomever was actually running the country at that point, that the 14th Amendment was abused by people who would just get across the border illegally, get pregnant, have a kid, and kid's a citizen. Meaning, then family members get to stay, and Trump said that was abused. And with the opposition to this, And this is what the Supreme Court's going to be deciding. Trump is about to become, and we haven't mentioned this part of it yet today with everything else, that he is about to become the first sitting president to attend oral arguments at the Supreme Court. And again, he's going to be addressing the nation on Iran later on tonight, and at 8 p.m. we'll carry that live. So if he makes any comments, and Elaine is watching this, heading into the Supreme Court, we'll go to that live, obviously, to hear what he has to say, because again, we were talking off air about, he's a bit of a multitasker.
I love it.
Right? Like Elaine said, like on the way over to the Supreme Court, he's checking out ballroom plans, because they got an injunction now.
Swatches for the paint.
Swatches for the paint. Where does he want the gold lame specifically? The guy is like, he can do a lot at one time. All right. I as my wife points out, I can't chew gum and walk at the same time, man. I can barely handle one task at a time. Just being honest with you. This Trump, man, he's damn near 80?
Yeah.
And he probably is looking at ballroom swatches
on the way over
while talking to a lawyer about the injunction on his way to the Supreme Court to hear oral arguments as to whether or not his executive action on birthright citizenship is going to survive or not. The guy makes history just walking down the street.
While writing out the speech or helping the speech writers.
While preparing the speech for tonight's address.
Well,
exactly.
That's also probably being changed. Some of the speech is going to be changed after his post on Truth Social.
Some of the speech is going to be changed while he's giving it.
I bet he drives Caroline crazy.
Probably.
So today is just arguments. We're not going to get a ruling today.
Yeah,
right.
We're not going to get a ruling.
They're going to talk about, or they're going to argue their points.
But the fact that he's
with the lawyers,
in there.
he's going to be there,
staring down Ketanji Jackson. I'm looking at you, lady.
I see you. I'm looking right at you.
You're an April Fool.
So he's the first sitting president to attend oral arguments. On the day, he's going to be addressing the nation about what we're doing in Iran, while also fighting now a new battle over the freaking ballroom.
And he'll probably say something about the moon launch.
The moon launch, which is largely, he, as far as going back into space, he's been a big proponent of that. Because the Artemis 2 is supposed to launch this evening.
Right.
I wonder if he's timing it. So, like, right as he finishes his speech, boom, like the thing takes off.
It'll take off before his speech.
I guess before the time, as far as the timing of it.
And then, of course, Elaine, Sean, and I have to consult with David Van Camp to get educated on the Supreme Court. He predicts rulings. He can predict.
He does.
Who's
He's a very smart
going
guy.
to
Apparently,
dissent.
you guys haven't heard about Jack Riccardi.
Well, Jack Riccardi is a no.
I
Jack
don't
Riccardi,
see Jack.
Jack, you're right. Yeah, Jack breaks that
Riccardi
stuff down. I mean, he's
on
one of the best I've ever heard as far as that Supreme Court analysis, any kind of analysis.
And I'm not going to text.
It'll be great.
I'm not going to text Jack. I'm scared of Jack. No way.
You're scared of Jack.
I don't want to get on his bad side.
I don't debate Jack on anything. I wouldn't debate Jack over lunch, man. You know what I mean? Whatever you want, man. I'm not going to bring up any point. Whatever you want. But most historic day. And the part about birthright citizenship that is the uncomfortable part that a lot of Democrats especially never want to discuss. Now we knew this going into it because of where we live. All right. Just a couple of hours from the border. This is something that we know. Okay. But a lot of other people who don't live here discovered this or found out about this stuff as a result of that open border for 4 years. In that, wow, bad guys sometimes use children or use women to get into the country, have them get pregnant, however they accomplish that, whether she wants to be pregnant or not, to have a child, to have a foothold in this country. In fact, the bad guys coming across the border use kids for all manner of horrible things beyond mere citizenship. As far as putting drugs in their bodies. I mean, all kinds of horrible things that we have heard. Not to mention just the mere selling of children to people as objects and playthings. So if you look at the history of why the 14th Amendment came into existence, when it came into existence, what the idea behind it was, Trump made a really good argument, especially at that time, as to why we at least need to limit who can claim birthright citizenship, because you've got kids being used left and right by people for all manner of horrible things, even beyond citizenship. So, but again, he is a history-making dude, just getting out of bed in the morning, and he will be the first sitting president to attend oral arguments for anything at the Supreme Court. And so, as we go through I can't believe how quickly the show's going. I can't believe it's already 8:15. As we go through the next hour and 45 minutes, of course, if he does make any comments, we'll go to those live. And again, I can't say it enough. Coming up tonight at 8 p.m. They're doing a countdown. I'm seeing a countdown for Artemis 2. 9 hours and 22 minutes, 45 seconds. And the weather looks good in Orlando, in Florida. So if the president makes any comments, we'll bring that to you. But again, as far as the address to the nation tonight concerning Iran, which is 8 p.m. our time, we will bring that to you live in its entirety here at KTSA. Elaine just read, and I got to look this up here. This is a Truth Social post, right, from the president that just came out.
Yeah.
They just posted.
15, another one?
No, the one you mentioned, where he says the so-called the leadership, whoever they are, he describes them as the most reasonable people he's dealt with so far. We don't know who they are as far as the leadership, but he says, Trump claims that they are asking for a ceasefire, right? But, terms have not been met that Trump demands in his 15-point plan. And so he says we will continue to basically blow them to smithereens.
We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or, as they say, back to the Stone Ages.
Back to the Stone Ages. That's the line.
That was 30 minutes ago.
That was 30 minutes ago.
2 or 3 more.
I gotta look it up. I can't. I'm on the radio and I can barely keep up with the guy.
There's like 6 Diet Cokes in the work.
Look. One thing about Trump is he is an impressive human being. Just how he is and how he lives and how he accomplishes stuff. Because, really the term multitasker doesn't even really properly describe him, okay? Multitasking is me lighting a cigarette while walking to the mailbox, okay? I'm not changing world policy or affecting world economies while thinking about, where do I want the chandelier in the ballroom, while, philosophically wending my mind through the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship and American values and what all that means, like Trump does on a regular basis. That was one of a couple of other stories that we mentioned earlier. Then we'll take a break. Again, we have one federal judge, and Ron DeSantis is actually starting to take these judges to task in Florida. We'll get into that later on if we have time as well. These judges who let these bad guys out and they go out and kill somebody. But you have an injunction against the ballroom by a judge who says he needs congressional approval to do that. Trump says he doesn't because presidents change things all the time at the White House, and plus it's all private money. No taxpayer dollars are being used. We had some audio from that. So he has a lot on his little plate. And then, of course, we have Kristi Noem's husband's little hobby. That is come to light, unfortunately, and I can't unsee that crap.
It's a big hobby.
Not going to say it. Not going to say anything. 210-59, but we're thinking it. 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550, KTSA. AccuWeather for today, breezy and very warm with the temperatures approaching 93. Let's see, tonight windy and humid, maybe some clouds, a low of 70 along the Riverwalk. Tomorrow mostly cloudy and humid with a thunderstorm in spots, a high of 86. 71 degrees on News Talk 550, KTSA.
Good morning. It is a busy rush hour. I-10 eastbound approaching Huebner. Got a brand new accident here. Left lane, 25-minute delay as you slow from Bernie Stage Road. On Loop 410 eastbound at Babcock, this is our heaviest delay right now. 45-50 minutes due to this crash taking up 2 left lanes. So start moving over to your right. Got you slow from Exchange Parkway. On 151 eastbound at Ingram, accident right lane. Another at I-10 westbound approaching Gevers, and a stall at 37 northbound Carolina Street downtown. That's in the right lane. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
The headlines the others miss. From Texas to the nation and around the world. Stay connected. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Beautiful windows make a big difference in your home when they come from Window World. Hey, Trey Ware from Martin Bamba and the great team over at Window World. The first thing that attracted me to Window World, well, to tell you the truth, they're locally and family owned. And I love that. I love doing business with local family owned businesses if I can. Second thing was the product. Obviously, when they came out and talked to Nancy and me about the product and we looked at these Window World windows, well, there simply was no comparison with any of the other windows that we looked at or any other window companies that we looked at. Then they talked to us about the styles and the colors. Said, oh, look at that. The UV rating where it keeps the hot air outside this time of year and a cool air inside. There's not a better performing window on the market. And then the certified master installers that put the stuff in, that's a big thing for me. And it boiled down to price as well, and they have the best price guaranteed. They're not going to be undersold for sure. They have a beautiful design center that's on 410 between Broadway and Nacogdoches. Come on in, see the Window World windows, or they'll come to you to your home when you give them a call. That's Window World, 210-767-0995.
You save all that money for retirement, and now you're watching the market like a hawk.
They freak out, sell, go into cash, and say, well, when this is all over, I'll get back in. What we're really talking about here is market timing. The blink of an eye, 7 years is gone, and, what have you lost?
Helping you with markets, taxes, and common sense retirement advice. Jay Kirkwood and Clear Skies Retirement. Sundays at noon, right here on KTSA.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
What does it mean to work with one of the largest personal injury law firms in Texas? At Thomas J. Henry, it means we can put our team of experts to work for you. Visit thomasjhenrylaw.com. The name you know, the firm you trust. Principal office, San Antonio.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And we're back 21 minutes after 8 o'clock on Ware and Rima, News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071. Again, we'll have the President's address to the nation concerning Iran live on the air tonight at 8 p.m. In its entirety. And also, if he is going to be about to become the first sitting president to attend oral arguments at the Supreme Court in regards to his executive action concerning birthright citizenship. So if he makes any comments, we'll bring those to you live. And I'm actually on Truth Social, but he does, man. You think I'm ridiculous with the stupid cat videos and the poems. Okay, this guy, 17 minutes ago, he's congratulating Nissan. Wow, congratulations to Nissan and Christian Meunier America's chairman on the tremendous success they are having in the U.S. They have moved most of their production to our great country, largely because of tariffs, and the results are amazing, all caps, 3 exclamation points. That after the post 37 minutes ago that Elaine read, Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire, all caps, exclamation point. We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or, as they say, back to the Stone Ages. 3 exclamation points.
3.
President DJT. Like we need the we need the president DJT. We know it's you, man. We know. I'm surprised there was no thank you for your attention to this matter, which I think is hilarious.
I pay a lot of attention to that matter.
Yeah, we're paying attention, dude.
I bet you he halts or staves off the Artemis launch so it doesn't coincide with his announcement.
Well, I would think he separates the two, right?
Well,
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, because he's a big space guy. What time is it?
You
It's
said
9
it was
hours.
9 hours from now, so that's going to be launching like at 3:30 or 4 p.m.
Okay, so well before the speech. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
if he's
definitely-
speaking at 9 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, it'll be.
Yeah, it's already going to be up. Yeah,
There's
right.
going to be a pink moon tonight.
Oh, it's also the pink moon.
Oh, good Lord. Is something in retrograde?
I don't know why
too?
the Christy Noam story just popped into my head, but I don't know
That's
why.
a different pink moon.
Yes.
I wonder if Pete Buttigieg is jealous.
Oh God. So a lot going on. So yeah, because Trump is he usually does when he addresses the nation. He's a show guy. He's a TV guy. Have you ever noticed that? Like the timing of his stuff. 9 o'clock East Coast time, 8 o'clock our time. That's prime TV watching when the most people are watching the tube and the most people would be available to watch it. Now most presidents will do their addresses to the nation in the evening. But I've always felt like he has a TV show. He has a TV producer guy mentality about stuff. We were talking yesterday about when they were doing the briefing from the Pentagon and how these things are usually announced as beginning at the top of the hour. Oh, that's a radio guy talk. Beginning at the when the hour begins, but they rarely start until about 5 minutes after, because that's when most TV stations, cable stations, or whatever are kind of finishing up their top of the hour business.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so he wants the most eyes possible on whatever is going on.
So the launch is supposed to be 5:25 our time.
Okay, still well before he goes on to speak about Iran. This was yesterday in the ballroom case, and we got some audio in the ballroom. We'll play This is from Truth Social because we have a judge that's put an injunction on the continuing construction of the ballroom. Now, but as I understand it, and I could be wrong again, this is something we can ask Jack when you get him on at the crosstalk, that the injunction is he's given it 14 days, I think, to actually go into effect. But I think they've already stopped. Stopped construction. It's kind of murky as to what exactly is going on with the construction. But Trump had posted this last night. In the ballroom case, the judge said we have to get congressional approval. He is wrong, all caps. Congressional approval has never been given on anything in these circumstances, big or small, having to do with construction at the White House. He's right. In this case, even less so, because the ballroom is being built with private donations, no federal taxpayer money. President Donald J. Trump. And he puts his name in all caps. A few minutes ago, I read a Truth Social post where it was the opposite. It was President DJT. It's like, we know. we know who you are, man. And, of the ballroom, and I know Trey and I have kind of disagreed on this one here and there, and he's off this week, but if he was here, I'd say the same thing. Like, I will admit, and my wife and I have had this discussion, Trump is a little garish. I mean, he likes the gold. It's a lot of gold. He likes gold on everything. He likes the royal-looking chairs with the gold lame and the carving, and yeah, you look at a Saudi prince, and it looks a lot like their digs, right? I mean, but sometimes, like if you're looking at it from a taste perspective, if you're going to be that guy, which I'm not, I mean, look at me, obviously, my design preferences probably are kind of stupid and, silly. Okay, to me, design work is putting a Beatles poster, stapling a Beatles poster to the wall, okay?
On your wood paneling wall.
On my wood paneling wall. That's, but even I, like, when he redid the Oval Office and you look at the ballroom, he loves gold, man. I mean, he loves the gold on everything. Gold lame, the chairs and the walls and all that. But he is correct in saying it's the most especially the Oval Office and having a place to have state affairs. It is the White House of the United States of America. It shouldn't be like a lawn party, 210-599-5555. We'll take a break. Let me tell you about my friends at Zintex Remodeling. They specialize in bathroom renovations and remodeling. They're family-owned. They've been at it for over 25 years. We're going to have them come on out to our house. We're taking advantage of these free, no-obligation in-home consultations, which you can do. Maybe you have an older member of your family. I'm having back problems, so we're looking at our bathroom in regards to that. Maybe you have somebody you need to make your bathroom a little safer. Maybe you just want a different bathtub or shower. Zintex can handle that. In fact, they do a great job, and most of their renovations and installations can be completed in as little as 1 day. If you do it now, you'll receive $1,000 off or no interest for 12 months. Plus, when you mention KTSA to your design consultant, you'll also receive a free fold-down bench seat with your purchase. All you got to do is go to the website and schedule an appointment, again, for one of these free, no-obligation in-home consultations. You do that by going to Zintex.com, Zintex.com.
You've worked your whole life to build that wealth. Have you protected it from lawsuits, probate, and predators? Voller Law Firm specializes in preserving family wealth for generations. Call 210-338-6983 or go online, VollerLaw.com. Tell them Joe Pag sent you to the Voller Law Firm.
When you go to a doctor, you don't want any games, you don't want to run around, you don't want any gimmicks. Okay, that's why I recommend my friends over at River City Oral Surgery. Dr. Mark Havercorn and his team over there are no games. They don't play around over there. They want you to have the best in oral surgery or oral care. And that's what they do at River City Oral Surgery every day. Let me give you an example. Right now, if you're thinking about getting wisdom teeth taken out, $1,500 is all you're going to pay. And that's everything. That's the exam, that's the x-ray, IV sedation, routine post-op care. It's right there for you. You're not going to meet with somebody in scrubs who's actually a salesperson who's going to try to sell you something you don't need. Too many other doctors will do that, not River City Oral Surgery. So whether it's implants that go in, wisdom teeth that need to come out, you've got broken or missing teeth, whatever it is, talk to our friends at River City Oral Surgery. All you do is go online at rivercityoms.com. The prices and procedures are right there, so you know exactly what you're going to pay before you ever go into place, okay? Check them out today, rivercityoms.com.
Protect the ones you love, starting with your home or business. Blue Armor Security is led by Willie Ning. That's Willie NG, a retired San Antonio police detective, former Secret Service task force member, and chief criminal investigator for Bexar County DA. Protect your home or business in 2026 with Blue Armor Security. BlueArmorSecurity.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply. Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Rhino Shield. Trey Ware here. I sure do love Texas Rhino Shield at the warehouse. Why don't you check it out and you can take $2,500 off the Texas Rhino Shield application. It's warranted for 25 years. Check them out today at TexasRhinoShield.com and mention Trey Ware. TexasRhinoShield.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
President Trump will address the nation tonight at 8 o'clock our time. He'll be giving what's being called an important update on Iran. Trump will also be attending this morning's Supreme Court hearing on birthright citizenship. KTSA is watching the story. More details coming to light on that school shooting in Bulverde Monday morning. And mankind should be headed back to the moon later this afternoon. That is, if all goes as planned at the Kennedy Space Center. We've got more on these stories and others on the way at 9 o'clock. KTSA News Time, 8:33.
Good morning. We are working a few trouble spots. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. On I-10 eastbound, right as you approach Huebner, that's a wreck, left lane. Solid 30-minute delay has you slow from Bernie Stage Road. Now, our heaviest delay is on Loop 410 eastbound at Babcock. Even though this wreck is off to the shoulder, it's still about a 55-minute delay that has you stop and go from Lakeside Parkway. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun today, breezy and hot with a high of 91. Windy, humid this evening with thickening clouds tonight. The low 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Mostly cloudy, not as hot, but still warm and humid with a thunderstorm in spots Thursday, the high of 86. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Cloudy skies and 72 degrees right now at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 1071.
8:34 on Ware and Rima. Trey again is off this week. It's just me, Sean, on News Talk 550, KTSA, FM 1071. You just heard Christian reporting on just a couple of things we've learned about the shooting in Bulverde at the preparatory school. The weapon was a .357, which came from the home of this 15-year-old. And as Christian just reported, the teacher is conscious in the hospital and is talking to folks, but we don't have any additional information as to her condition or anything else. So that's as much as we have learned as far as that horrific day. And what we have yet to learn as far as what the motivations were and what happened there. But again, we don't know. But we do know that she is in the hospital and is conscious. We know that.
Yep.
Well, we haven't talked about this in about an hour and a half, so we got to kind of revisit the other story that we had to deal with yesterday, which is just kind of icky and it's just icky. Kristi Noem, a lot of us have been fans of hers for a while, since she came onto the national scene and was Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, which she is no longer. Mark Wayne Mullen will be taking that over after she was taken out of that position. She's now running this other Western Hemisphere thingy, I just called it a thingy, but the story that broke yesterday, and it was one of those stories where I'm learning it because there was also allegations of her and Corey Lewandowski. It was a very close Trump advisor at one point, and taking trips together and allegations of an affair and stuff like that. Pretty tawdry stuff. And then as I'm leaving yesterday, this story broke, which Trump has actually addressed as well. And it has to do with Kristi Noem's husband, Brian. And, they're ranchers, and don't they have some kind of insurance company, I think, or he does, or something of that nature. But and when I first heard the story, and I was running out, I had a bunch of stuff I was going to do with my mother-in-law yesterday. I had some errands to run for her and with her. And so I was kind of running out of the station to go meet her. And James actually had mentioned something to me about that David Van Camp had discovered this story about Brian Noem in these chat rooms with women with large breast implants. And it's a kind of, I guess, fetish, right? Is the word we're using, of women attempting to surgically make themselves look like Barbie dolls, I guess. It's something with the damn implants, okay? And the story broke, and I didn't. Again, I was with my mom-in-law until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I got home, and there's more texts from James. Like, it's all real, man. You got to look it up. So I looked it up on the New York Post, and yeah, there it is. Boy, that's one of those news stories you just can't unsee. Because somebody, they have images of Brian Noam in these chat rooms, and the New York Post story alleges that, like, he spent over $25,000 over a period of time in these chat rooms. I'm not being, trying to sound sanctimonious or anything, but it's not. I've never been in one of those. I don't know. I've never done an OnlyFans thing. I guess you pay to be there or to talk to these women. I don't have the energy for any of that crap anymore. I'll be honest with you. The older I get, I just don't have the energy for it. Not interested. But Brian Noam was. And as the story broke, boy, he's having a long day. The images, cell phone images emerged of him in one of these chats with, I'm assuming, balloons under his shirt to make himself look like he has large, breasts. And at one time, he's kind of making a little kissy face, and it's really icky stuff. I mean, it's icky is the only word I can really come up with to properly describe this.
Didn't it look like he had some lipstick on or lip gloss?
Yes, I guess. I honestly didn't look that closely at it. It's really, I just can't get it out of my head now. Trump was asked about it, and he kind of responded, "Oh, that's real. I don't. Let's see. They confirmed it. Wow. I feel bad for the family if that's the case. That's too bad." He said this to the Daily Mail. "I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything about it. That's too bad. I just know nothing about it." The Noam family, Kristi Noam, put out a statement saying the family is blindsided by this. She is, this is going to be the special envoy to the Shield of the Americas. Says she was devastated by this. They are asking for privacy and prayers. This is through a spokesperson for the Noam family. They've been married for over 30 years. And again, I'm looking at this is the Fox News story from this morning, and again, it kind of references the thing with Corey Lewandowski as contributing. But what people are saying in regards to this story with the ickiness of alleged ickiness, I just said alleged ickiness. It's pretty icky. It's pretty right there in front of you. But that the issue here, and if this played a role in her not being the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security anymore, is because, well, this is blackmail material. I mean, it's not anymore, obviously, because everybody's looking at it. But prior to this becoming public knowledge, it would have been something that could have compromised her in to a certain extent if somebody else got their hands on this stuff and was able to use it against her. Now, we don't know in any way, shape, or form whether or not that had anything to do with why she is no longer the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. At the time, if you remember when we were discussing it, a lot of it was people felt her handling of Minneapolis was sloppy. There was the Corey Lewandowski thing. But we don't know. I don't know. It's an icky as hell story. It's a very bizarre hobby. I don't get it, and I'm frankly kind of thankful that I don't get it. I don't really understand what was going on. President Trump is en route to the Supreme Court, so again, we're kind of in a watch mode here. There's a vast amount of press outside the Supreme Court building because, again, this is the first sitting president to attend oral arguments. This involves this case over birthright citizenship, his executive action limiting, if not pretty much almost predominantly banning it, and whether or not he's able to do that. So, again, if the president stops and makes comments, which he generally does.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking, but he got in as soon as he exited the White House, he got in and they just headed towards...
He didn't say anything from the White House to the car, but...
Yeah.
Nothing.
So maybe or maybe not. We don't know.
If he does speak, it's going to be outside of the...
That's what I'm saying.
But that's kind of a logistical thing. I mean, Secret Service doesn't need to... They're not out there.
I don't see him doing that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
It's not probably not likely. Because there's a lot of people outside of that building.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he could speak from inside the Supreme Court, but I don't think he's going outside.
No, you're right. I just saw a live shot. It's like there's a lot. Of press out there. Well, it's never happened before.
He could post to his Truth Social.
He's been posting a lot. I can't. I'm tired. I'm just tired trying to keep up with his damn posts from today. He's thanking the chairman of Nissan, for moving his operation out here.
Yeah.
He's talking about blowing the Iranians back to the Stone Age if they don't clear up their Hormuz Strait.
Yeah.
That's about 40 minutes ago. It's like you almost envision Trump posting with one hand and like Elaine said, approving the gold lame on a chair in a wing of the ballroom that now has an injunction against it with the other hand, while giving an interview to somebody in the car, on a Zoom call maybe or something.
And then I'm going to hit send.
Like at this point in my life, I thank you, Jesus, I no longer drink. But I'm like, I always really think before I hit send on anything. I think that crap through. Do I really want to do this, man? Am I really going to hit send on this? Trump does it in his sleep sometimes, I think. I mean, he really is a dynamo as far as a human being. And what that man, I mean, everything you've heard about him that we know of since he came down now people knew this about him prior.
Yeah.
And he was certainly a big star, a big famous guy, with the TV thing and the real estate and the books and all that prior. But since he came down the escalator, now he's surrounded by people who are observing him as a matter of the course of history. They all say the man's energy level is amazing. He kind of like Trey, he literally sleeps like 19 minutes a day. And the rest of the time, he is doing multiple things. I mean, have you ever seen a president accomplish as much as he's accomplished in the first
not
year?
Even up yet.
I suspect Biden's rarely up, which is good because his Secret Service detail are prone to shooting themselves in the ass. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Remember, we didn't have time to talk about that story. Jill is walking around with her.
In the leg, right?
No, in the butt. He got shot himself in the ass.
But they said Biden was robust.
Yeah.
And F you if you can't handle it.
The bust
that too.
The bust of Winston Churchill that was removed and then replaced. Okay, is I think he's more stone-like. Okay, he doesn't. Biden's more like a carving bust. Okay, he's not robust. He's more like a bust, like a statue that doesn't move.
Kristi Noem's husband's bust.
Oh God!
Fake.
You had to go there. You had to bring that back into my mind. Thank you.
Fake.
I think I'm taking a point away.
Yeah.
Oh God! You had to make that connection.
Okay, so Trump.
I can't unsee that crap. Dude, what were you thinking, man? Yeah. Let me say it for all dudes across the country. Did you not think somebody would find out that you're got fake breasts and you're talking to some chick you're paying to talk to in a chat room? Your wife first is a governor of a major state, then she's the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And you're sitting there going, hey, man, and you're having chats, and you didn't think somebody was going to find out?
How was Kristi Noem blindsided?
Because she's a political figure, so their marriage might have been of convenience.
Well, he was borrowing extensions and makeup and lip gloss.
Well, I didn't see extensions. I don't know where he's getting the damn implants. He could have gone, they're balloons. He could have gone to Party Central, I don't know, and picked up some balloons.
Nah, those look too good for that.
Oh, God.
Yeah. They're Mrs. Doubtfire. Remember the bodysuit that she wore?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know if she knew or not, or was truly blindsided or not.
She knew.
I have no idea.
How could
I'm
you
sure
not?
they probably had some issues in their marriage. if he's putting on fake breasts
If he's
and
borrowing,
talking to
or
chicks
did
in
you
chat
ask to borrow
rooms.
my lip gloss?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just saying that they obviously had some issues in their marriage. My man's got some emotional issues, if that's his hobby. Okay? I write poetry in spiral-bound notebooks, all right? I post videos on TikTok of me reading poems. That's the first and only time I'm ever going to say that on the air. Okay? This guy's putting on fake breasts and talking to chicks. He's paying to be there,
and
allegedly.
Send.
And send. Did he, say right before he hit send, God, I look good. Man, she's going to so love me. Oh, this is going to, man, we're in love. Honestly.
Okay.
All right.
We got a break.
Okay. Probably a good thing. 210-599-55. Thanks, Brian. 210-599-5555. Let me tell you about my friends at Here in Texas. I've had my hearing aids for a couple of years now. I went in and got tested a couple of years ago by one of the great audiologists, including, it was actually Dr. Sally. And the technology is so precise. I don't have a profound hearing issue. I have a focus and a surface level or surface noise problem in that if I'm in a busy place with a lot of people around me, I can't hear what's going on. It was really kind of affecting my marriage, frankly. And so she set me up with some hearing aids. Now, in a couple of years since I've had this, there's new technology. There's probably a new model of my hearing aids that would better serve me. That's why at Here in Texas, they're offering subscription plans, which makes available to you the latest technology with locked-in pricing. So you'll always have the latest model, the one that works best for you and covers all the services. So go in for a consultation. Have them check your hearing at Here in Texas, and then ask them about their subscription plans. That begins with a visit to the website, Here in Texas, HEARNTX.com, or call them up and make that appointment, 830-360-2000. And your AccuWeather forecast today, not too bad. Breezy, very warm with a high of 93. Windy and humid overnight, maybe some clouds. A low of 70 tomorrow. Cloudy and humid with a thunderstorm in some spots, a high of 86. It is currently 71 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Got a busy morning rush hour going on. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. I-10 eastbound as you approach Huebner. Accident left lane. That's a 15-minute delay. Slow from La Cantera Parkway. On 410 eastbound Babcock, this wreck now off to the right shoulder. It's still causing about a 25-minute delay. Slow from Lakeside Parkway. On I-10 eastbound Camp Bullis, 2 left lanes blocked with a crash. And 410 westbound, that on-ramp from Roosevelt. This wreck has the on-ramp blocked. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP or MADD.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
We think the best breed of dog is the rescue. KTSA is going to help no-kill rescue agencies around San Antonio with the food and homes they deserve. Join the voice of the National Dog Show, John O'Hurley, and the KTSA hosts for the 2-day 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday, April 9th from our studios and continues Friday the 10th from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with John, us, and dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W. Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday, April 9th on KTSA.
Hey, Trey Ware here for the great folks at Mummies over in Hondo. There's more to Mummies. They are South Texas firearm headquarters. If you're looking for anything when it comes to firearms, brands like Benelli and Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, SIG, Glock, and so much more, there's only one place in Texas to go. That's South Texas firearm headquarters at Mummies in Hondo, with the largest selection of firearms of all kinds. Long guns, handguns, ARs, they've got them all, and they have them in stock for you today. And of course, a huge selection of accessories. If you're looking for it when it comes to optics or anything else, it's at Mummies and Hondo. And ammo, well, all the name brands that you know, that you trust, and you love, you're going to find at Mummies and Hondo. Well, Mummies has everything. Everything from turtle box speakers to poncho shirts to the best deer corn anywhere and best cattle feed too. They've got it all at Mummies and Hondo. When you're looking for anything to do with firearms and accessories, you're going to find it at Mummies and Hondo. Tell them Trey Ware said hello.
Not a lot of things in this world are free, especially a world with high inflation. But when it comes to financial education, I have something free for you. It's the Creating Richer Lives podcast. I'm Carl Eggers, your host. Find the podcast each week at creatingricherlives.com or on all major podcasting platforms.
Hey guys, do you want male performance in the bedroom and do you want it now? Get it in 47 seconds or less. For the first time, you can have instant male enhancement. Introducing Knox 47, the topical male enhancement that works in 47 seconds or less. Satisfaction guaranteed. Finally, after years of scientific research, our proprietary formula will allow you to perform in the bedroom like never before. Just imagine that little blue pill on steroids. No reason to settle and wait when you can get instant performance now. Forget about pills and potions that make you wait hours or up to 30 days to work. That's yesterday's news. Knox 47 is brand new. The hottest thing for men. And you don't need a prescription. Call now and get your free supply for a limited time.
Find out how to get Knox 47 for free. Call now, 800-481-9964. That's 800-481-9964. Free bottles for a limited time. Call 800-481-9964. That's 800-481-9964.
Discover the difference that Jesus Christ can make in your life at Cornerstone Church, located at 18755 Stone Oak Parkway in San Antonio. Every Sunday morning at 8:30 and 11 and Sunday evenings at 6:30, join Pastors John and Matt Hagee as they preach the uncompromising Word of God. Can't make it to the church? Cornerstone offers live streaming of all the Sunday worship services. You can find them each Sunday online at jhm.org and on Facebook Live. JHM.org also offers on-demand sermons by Pastors John and Matt Hagee, concerts with award-winning Christian artists, as well as special, well-known guest speakers from around the nation and the world. Cornerstone Church offers encouragement for every stage of life. They have special programs for kids, teens, and young adults as well. So bring your family and friends to Cornerstone Church at the corner of 1604 and Stone Oak Parkway. For more information, visit sacornerstone.org or call 210-490-1600. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Hi, Trey Ware here. If you have pain and limited movement, you're not able to do the things you love to do, but you're not interested in surgery to get better, then contact my friends at Evolve Medical Group. They do PRP, stem cell, hormone replacement, and so much more. They even do primary care at evolvemedgroup.com.
Get the last water softener you'll ever own. Call Connetico and tell them Dave sent you.
ConneticoSA.com. Since 1993, Thomas J. Henry dedicated himself to building a firm that injured clients can trust and respect. A firm backed by a track record of success and a commitment to our clients. If you've been injured, trust Thomas J. Henry. San Antonio, Texas.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
News Talk 550 KTSA FM 107.1. I'm Sean. It's Ware and Rima. Trey's off this week. I'm going long on these breaks. We got a lot of news we're covering today. Trump is going to the Supreme Court. He's going to be the first sitting president to sit and watch oral arguments.
He's going to be in a VIP section, and they're not sure if the public is going to be allowed in since he's in.
Probably not, I would assume.
They typically do allow
right.
Some until it fills
up. Typically not the president.
Not for oral arguments.
Well,
they usually don't allow that.
I just heard them. Well,
right.
That's what Fox reported, was that the public usually is allowed in, but they weren't sure if it was going to happen today.
But I was just watching a live shot just a minute ago, and there's a lot of people out front. There's a lot of press, obviously, because this is history, but they got the protesters, and we got a person dressed up like a big pink frog holding a sign about immigrant kids are Americans, and I don't get the fur. Is that a furry thing? I mean, I don't get the frog costumes. I don't know why does nobody take me seriously? Because you're wearing a big pink frog costume, and you're a grown-ass adult. Why should anybody take somebody dressed up like a big pink frog seriously about anything? What's your point? What do you think's going to happen? Do you think somebody is going to wake up, see your dumbass dressed up like a frog, and go, I'm going to start rethinking this 14th Amendment thing? You know what I mean? It's like last weekend, man, with the no kings crap, and all the people dressed up like rabbits and frogs and crap. What do you think? What? I just want to stop one of these people. Could you take the head off for a second so I can talk to you? What do you think? Do you think people look at you dressed up like an animal, like a cartoon character, and you're like, affecting their worldview in some meaningful way? I was all for Trump's executive action on the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. And then I saw the guy in the frog suit, and I completely changed my mind. Now I'm against it. He's a Nazi. It was the pink frog guy that turned my mind, that opened my mind to new possibilities. Holy crap. And we have so much going on here that I haven't been able to get to. And also, Trump's going to be speaking tonight at 8 p.m. on Iran. He just posted on Truth Social a little while ago that whomever the leadership, whom he still calls more reasonable than the rest, they're asking for a ceasefire. He said nothing happens until the Strait of Hormuz is free and clear. We're going to take a break. Until then, we'll keep bombing them back to the Stone Age. So that's where we are on Ware and Rima, News Talk 550, KTSA.
Ribbit.
Eddie, you're my husband, but you've got to calm down with the whole window guy persona. Just stop. You're too loud.
Naomi, we are Precision Windows and Doors, and I get excited about windows, and I just can't help it.
Well, that's an understatement.
Because we just don't carry one window brand. We offer the right window for you and your home. Energy efficient, quiet, comfortable, and built for San Antonio homes.
Translation. Not every house needs the same thing, and Eddie actually knows that.
I do. I just say it louder.
Precision offers a variety of top energy-efficient windows, gorgeous doors, hardy siding that lasts, and patio covers that hold up to Texas weather year after year.
Local, family-owned, and I answer my phone.
Call 210-596-6588.
Visit PrecisionWindowsSA.com for the window guy.
Too loud.
My bad.
Precision Windows and Doors.
Let's brighten up your home together.
It's $1,500 off your new walk-in shower. Hi, Trey Ware here. Bathwise is your go-to for all things bathroom. Bathwise, formerly Safe Showers, does 2-day hassle-free shower remodels all over San Antonio. They make your space a whole lot safer and more beautiful without weeks of noise and no grout to worry about. If you're thinking about a tub-to-shower conversion, walk-in tub, slip-resistant flooring, grab bars, bathroom upgrades that look sharp and function a whole lot better, it's the kind of upgrade that helps you stay confident in your home as the year roll on. Get a free no-obligation consultation, too. Custom upgrades that will make your bath safer and increase your home's value. And right now, get $1,500 off a new walk-in shower, but this offer won't last long. Get your free quote now at bathwise.com and special discounts for veterans, too. Go to bathwise.com today and take advantage of this special deal, but hurry, it won't last long. Get a free no-obligation consultation, too. $1,500 off bathwise.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. KTSA.
It's 9 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. Should the babies of illegal aliens be given automatic U.S. citizenship? Well, the highest court in the land's about to hear arguments after President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship.
At issue is an amendment ratified after the Civil War that includes a citizenship clause. Opponents of Trump's order say that clause applies to anyone born in the U.S., regardless of their parents' legal status. The Trump administration argues the clause doesn't go that far.
That's correspondent Sophie Flay. After Trump attends this morning's arguments on birthright citizenship, he'll address the nation tonight at 8 o'clock local time. According to the White House, Trump will be giving an important update on Iran. We'll have that address in its entirety right here at 550 KTSA and FM 1071. We are learning more about Monday morning's school shooting in Bulverde. To start with, the teacher who was shot is alive and conscious at a local hospital. But Kamal ISD is not releasing her name at this time. As far as the weapon used, detectives say it was a .357 Magnum revolver taken to school by the 15-year-old shooter who later turned the pistol on himself. He died at the scene. The shooting happened at Hill Country College Preparatory High School. The investigation's ongoing. KTSA will give more details as they become available. And if all goes as planned, NASA will send 4 astronauts to the moon early this evening.
This is a test flight for the SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft. Retired astronaut Doug Hurley, who flew the first SpaceX Crew Dragon mission, says the Artemis crew is prepared.
Certainly be ready for the unexpected, but you're gonna be that way anyway because you've trained so much for this mission.
Artemis 2 will spend its first day orbiting the Earth to make sure everything works as it's supposed to. And if it does, the crew will fire its engine to head toward the moon on day 2. Circling behind it, on day 6. The forecast for this first launch opportunity is 80% go.
That's correspondent Peter King. If the launch does take place, it'll go down 5:24 this afternoon. KTSA News Time is 9:02.
Good morning. We've cleared a couple of our trouble spots. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. I-10 eastbound approaching Heidner and I-10 eastbound Camp Bullis. Both of those accidents have cleared. Still have the wreck at 410 eastbound at Babcock. That's now off to the shoulder, right shoulder. So that should be clearing soon. And a stall at 410 northbound Calabria, right shoulder block. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes, better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Hot and breezy this afternoon with a mix of clouds and sun, the high 91. Going to stay warm tonight, windy and humid with thickening clouds. The low just 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Not as hot, but still humid, mostly cloudy. A thunderstorm in spots Thursday, the high of 86. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterino with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, we've got 72 degrees. It is mostly cloudy. San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
I'll call you back. I have to help these guys.
Ware and Rima, 6 till 10. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And we're back 3 minutes after 9 on Ware and Rima, News Talk 550 KTSA. Trey is off this week. It's just me, Sean, hanging out with you, both on the air and online on the YouTube channel. And we're kind of monitoring the president's arrival at the Supreme Court building. He is the first sitting president to attend oral arguments. This one concerning his executive action on birthright citizenship. He's making history left and right today. It's hard to keep up with the guy. He'll be giving an address to the nation tonight at 8 p.m. our time concerning Iran, which we shall cover and bring live to you in its entirety here at KTSA. He has already posted on Truth Social earlier today. Actually, Elaine brought this to our attention earlier. Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire, all caps. We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion. Or, as they say, back to the Stone Ages. 3 exclamation points. President DJT. And he's also yesterday. We I guess we still I don't know. I can't remember now. Today has been so busy. If we already played the audio of him talking about Iran, but he says both he and Netanyahu seem to be in agreement that we're weeks away. Trump's time frame is about 2 to 3 weeks for this thing to be over.
Yeah, I think this morning we played the
we played the ballroom.
We played the ballroom sound. Do you have any the
I
Iran
have that.
sound?
It's a little lengthy, so just
Let's
stop
take a
it
listen.
when you want.
Okay, let's take a listen.
Hold on, I got to get this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is Trump talking about Iran and where we are with the operations.
I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3, we're hitting them very hard. Last night we knocked out tremendous amounts of missile-making facilities. We, as you probably read or wrote, we knocked out. Excuse me?
Pardon me for interrupting. The U.S. will be gone or done with the war in 2
I think we're 2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks. If it is
we'll
3
leave
weeks,
because there's no reason for us to do this. Look, problem with the Strait, a guy can take a mine, drop it in the water, and say, "Oh, it's unsafe." It's not like you're taking out an army or you're taking out a country or he can drop it, or he can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets at a ship, or maybe an over-the-shoulder missile, small missiles. That's not for us. That'll be for France. That'll be for whoever's using the Strait. But I think when we leave, probably that's all cleared up. Today I heard tremendous numbers of ships were sailing through. We're negotiating with them right now. They've been, again, we have had regime change. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon.
Oh, is he?
And that goal has been attained. They will
He's
not
arrived
have
at the Supreme
nuclear
Court?
weapons.
Right.
The oral arguments have started.
Oral arguments have
carry
started.
that if
Okay.
you'd like.
Sure. I mean, if you want to take a listen for a minute or two.
I got it.
Let's take a listen from the Supreme Court.
Aliens, lawful domicile is the status that creates the requisite allegiance, and the text of the clause presupposes domicile. For decades following the clause's adoption, commentators recognized that the children of temporary visitors are not citizens, and illegal aliens lack the legal capacity to establish domicile here. Unrestricted birthright citizenship contradicts the practice of the overwhelming majority of modern nations. It demeans the priceless and profound gift of American citizenship. It operates as a powerful pull factor for illegal immigration and rewards illegal aliens who not only violate the immigration laws, but also jump in front of those who follow the rules. It has spawned a sprawling industry of birth tourism as uncounted thousands of foreigners from potentially hostile nations have flocked to give birth in the United States in recent decades, creating a whole generation of American citizens abroad with no meaningful ties to the United States. I welcome the court's questions.
General Sauer, before we get into the broader national issues, would you start with Dred Scott? Dred Scott was a case about state citizenship. It was a diversity case. And of course, we know what Chief Justice Taney did with that. How does the Citizenship Clause respond specifically to Dred Scott and answers or changes or corrects its answer as to citizenship? The other point is the Citizenship Clause refers not just to national citizenship, but also to state citizenship. Are we to have two different definitions for those? It's one word, citizens of the United States and citizens of the state wherein they reside. So as you begin, I'd like you to go back at the beginning and be more specific about the answer, and I want you to explain whether or not those two definitions are the same or related, and what state citizenship is based on.
Thank you, Justice Thomas. I'll maybe start by addressing Dred Scott. As you alluded to the fact, Dred Scott, imposed one of the worst injustices in the history of this court, and it led to the outbreak of the Civil War. It's very clear, and this court in all of its early cases interpreting the 14th Amendment said the one pervading purpose, the main object of the Citizenship Clause is to overrule Dred Scott and establish the citizenship of the freed slaves. And if you look at the debates in the congressional record and discussion surrounding the adoption of the Citizenship Clause, what you see is a very clear understanding that the newly freed slaves and their children have a relationship of domicile. They do not have a relationship to any foreign power. For example, there's a comment where he says, look, people have been here for 5 generations and clearly have no relationships to any foreign African potentate, or have a relationship of allegiance to the United States. And that reinforces our point that allegiance is what the word jurisdiction means. It doesn't mean regulatory jurisdiction or sort of being merely subject to the laws. They're talking and they're thinking about it in those debates about allegiance. Now, as to your second question, if you look at the text of the clause, we believe it says, born in the United States, born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and the states of which they reside. So there's a constitutional guarantee that applies to both federal or national and state citizenship. And the key point we make there is that word reside, if you look at, for example, section 1473 of Justice Story's commentaries, was understood to mean domicile. So when they say subject to the jurisdiction, and then they go on to say you're a citizen of the United States and the state in which they reside, the very text of the clause itself presupposes that the citizen is domiciled in the United States. If they're present in a state at all, they reside there. Reside means domicile in the Constitution, and we think that strongly supports our interpretation. It's textual evidence of our domicile-based theory of jurisdiction.
We're listening to, that's U.S. Solicitor General John Sauer answering a question from Clarence Thomas, Justice Clarence Thomas, about the Dred Scott case of 1857.
So it sounds like domicile is going to be the key word in these arguments.
Yeah, well,
and reside,
domicile, right? If you take it back to Dred Scott, where you're dealing with somebody who was living in Wisconsin for 4 years in a state where slavery was illegal, that was the original claim, and that's why. And so they're trying to establish, and I would assume the president's argument through his Solicitor General is that, well, these are people who are just coming. They're not domiciled here. There are people that come here that they come here specifically to have a child to take advantage of the citizenship and they're aligned. And furthermore, if you think about Trump's argument, these are people who are coming here purposefully to do that from other countries to benefit the country that they're coming from, right? If we talk about Somalia and Minnesota.
Oh, gotcha.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Because that's why they were talking about allegiance.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
gotcha.
You're not talking in a sense about people who are coming here. They have a child, and the idea is to embrace America and to be a part of this, but to continue to benefit their home country of origin for whatever reasons, whether it's purely financial or it's something other, something darker or whatever, or links to bad guys. That the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship are being abused by people who, don't live here, so to speak, air quotes or finger quotes. I mean, that's how my simple brain is kind of analyzing what we just heard.
John Sauer is just using a lot of legal terms that I'm like, I can't keep up
But
with.
domicile keeps coming up, and that's, I think, at the heart of it. Like, why are you coming here and why are you having a child here? And again, we learned during the Biden, a lot of people who may not have understood this, prior to the Biden years, but we certainly understand it living so close to the border, how children are used as far as gaining citizenship, above and beyond, all the other really horrible ways that children are used coming across the border or being born here, and then what happens to them after that. So it's heady historical stuff. And again, Jack Riccardi will be the guy to break a lot of this down for us coming up when we do the crosstalk. I'm sure he's got some thoughts. I'm sure everybody's monitoring what the oral arguments
and
are.
we'll be talking about it in Jack and 60 as well.
Jack and 60, yeah.
Sotomayor is speaking now.
Sotomayor, yeah.
Yeah.
Should we dip into it for a minute?
Yeah, let's just listen.
We can try.
Let's go ahead and
to
take a
their
listen.
foreign country and or occupied territory residents, including those citizens in Maine who had been occupied by the British forces. The U.S. had no control over them. And the whole theory of the Indian tribes was similar. The Indian tribes were analogized to foreign diplomats.
Allegiance.
So what do we do with that?
I'd say two things. First, as the Indian tribes, we think that's a case that strongly supports us because, of course, by 1866 and 1868, there was strong understanding that the Indian tribes were subject to the United States' regulatory jurisdiction.
But not the same way that temporary foreigners were, meaning there was a real debate going on whether the U.S. actually had jurisdiction over Indian tribes. That's why our cases, for the longest time, until that was finally settled, said, absent some act of Congress, our laws don't apply. U.S. laws don't apply to Indians on Indian lands, correct?
I believe you look at the Rogers decision, for example, that we cite in our brief, where they say that they are subject to the United States.
That's later. I'm talking at the time.
Yes, at the time. So as to
All right.
1817.
So what do you do during the debates of the 1866 Civil Rights Act and of the 14th Amendment with the entire discussion of the people who opposed the amendment, who kept saying we can't pass it because we're making citizens of gypsies who have no allegiance to anybody, and we're going to make citizens of Chinese people who can't be citizens because we're not going to permit them to be citizens? What do we do with those debates and the fact that the proponents of both acts said everyone who's born in the U.S. will be citizens?
First, as that particular exchange, page 2890 of the congressional record from 1866, Senator Cowan gives this virulently racist statement where he says that. And what does he say right at the beginning of that sort of offensive speech? He says we can't have children of gypsies, children of Chinese immigrants. We can't have them become citizens.
Right, so Justice Sotomayor is trying to make the argument that, and again, I'm not a legal expert on legal precedents regarding citizenship and Native peoples in the 1860s, but I think she was basically saying, well, previous court decisions said that we don't have jurisdiction over the Native people, the traditional peoples of this country, which is why, I mean, the intimation would be why they live in a sense under their own laws inside the reservations, and how does that apply to people coming from other countries? She alluded to these racist statements involving, quote unquote gypsies.
She did
in
very
Roma and all that.
She did very Sonia Sotomayor stuff, is what
Yes,
she just
did. Yeah. So again,
We'll take a break, and then when Ketanji speaks,
we got to hear if Ketanji started. Justice Ketanji started speaking, and you wonder what glares the president will be offering her.
Oh God, I don't want to hear it.
If you want to join us, 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. Stevens Roofing offers free roof inspections. I tell you every day. They're a great roofing company. They're family owned. They've done work for us. They've gone up to our roof twice and looked at our roof free of charge. Doesn't cost us anything. Won't cost you anything. They go up there. They go over every square inch of your roof. Until I became a homeowner, I didn't really truly appreciate how important your roof is to be healthy and doing its job. And that's why you need a pair of eyes on your roof that knows what they're looking at. And that would be Stevens Roofing. They also offer solar at this point. So if you are curious about solar technology helping to lower your monthly utility bills and increase the value of your home, have my friends at Stevens Roofing come on out and just give your roof a look over. It's quite comprehensive. Doesn't cost you anything. 210-735-64... 210-6... I just went blank. StevensRoofing.net. We'll take a break and we'll come right back. AccuWeather the forecast, breezy and very warm with the temperatures approaching a record high of 93. The last time we saw that was 2011. Windy and humid this evening otherwise with some thickening clouds, a low of 66. Maybe a thunderstorm tonight, mostly cloudy and humid, a high of 86, 71 degrees. On News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We just cleared a couple of our trouble spots. That wreck at I-10 eastbound Camp Bullis and the wreck at 410 eastbound Babcock clear. Still have the stall at 410 northbound Calaver. That's off to the shoulder. And on 1604 eastbound, that off-ramp to get onto I-10 Vance-Jackson, that stall has the off-ramp partially blocked. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Local roots, national focus, global perspective. Stay connected. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hey, this is Richard at Pride Floors. Want a cleaner, richer look in your home? Visit our showroom and explore the newest European oak styles. Quality products, lifetime installation warranties. Near 1604 in Lock Hill, Summa. At Pride Floors, we take pride in our floors so you can take pride in your home.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. Hi, Jason Minix here from San Antonio Sports Star. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. It's exactly what I did. Then Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-478-6430 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-478-6430. That's 800-478-6430. What do you have to lose? Call 800-478-6430. Again, 800-478-6430.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-551-7672.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-551-7672. That's 800-551-7672.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Scott Robbins, and you're listening to News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071. Stay connected.
And we're back on a very busy day on Ware and Rima. And I want to once again put the phone number out for my friends at Stevens Roofing for the first time in 15 years. I'm trying to listen to what the arguments are at the Supreme Court, and I messed up the phone. 210-785-0994 if you want to talk to my friends at Stevens Roofing. We were just listening to Justice Kagan ask John Sauer, the U.S. Solicitor General, now about the word allegiance in regards to living here and in regards to the executive action. Trump has said on many occasions, people come here and they have no allegiance to the U.S. We want people who are going to be there, come to this country. We want to be a part of this country. And so Justice Kagan was asking about their usage of the word allegiance and to define that. Justice Gorsuch is now speaking to John Sauer. And again, we're going to keep monitoring these opening arguments, and when things happen or get interesting, if we can, we'll jump into it here and there. Elaine is monitoring as we go. A very busy day as we discuss, or as we have history unfolding right before our eyes. The first sitting president, Donald J. Trump, attending oral arguments at the Supreme Court. This has never happened before. And he is, in fact, also going to be a very busy guy today. He's going to be speaking at 8 p.m. tonight on Iran, and we will carry that live for you on KTSA. He has already posted on Truth Social about Iran, saying the leadership we are dealing with right now are requesting a ceasefire, but until the Strait of Hormuz is clear, we will continue to bomb them into the Stone Age. And so that's coming up tonight at 8 p.m. And again, we'll carry that for you live on KTSA. And we are dipping into the arguments at the Supreme Court here and there. It's very heady stuff as far as what domicile means, what words like allegiance mean. These are the issues that the justices are raising with John Sauer. Again, the U.S. Solicitor General arguing for the Trump administration on why birthright citizenship should be limited, if not outright banned, because, as we know, people abuse it. And we know that for a fact, living here. And it is a way of gaining citizenship for the benefit of the country, perhaps, that you came from. We have bad people who come to this country and they want to do bad things, and they want citizenship to do that, or achieve citizenship to get free stuff, which, as we're finding out in places like Minnesota, ends up finding its way back to a place like Somalia in suitcases, at the airports, to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars in cash. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty important argument to have.
If you're doing a drinking game and it's based on the word domicile, call an Uber now. That is all they are saying is domicile.
Well, that's at the heart of it, though.
It's going to be a day-long oral argument.
Right. But I mean, And it's, again, this is why I'm not a lawyer, okay? Because this is the kind of stuff they gotta argue over and debate. What does it mean to be, domesticated, to be domiciling here? What does it mean to, if you're saying you have to have allegiance to this country? And I think this was Kagan's point. If you're claiming allegiance to this country, are you requiring people to, I would assume, have a certain belief system to be a citizen of this country?
That's how it's
worded. You know what I'm saying?
It's kind of how I worded in some of the old stuff.
Well, that's kind of how I was taking that line of questioning. Like, well, from Kagan, allegiance. What does that mean? Does that mean you have to love Donald Trump? You have to be Republican? You have to be this, to be that, to be a citizen? Is that what you're implying? So again, very, very heady stuff. And Jack at 60 is coming up at 10 a.m. or 10:05, and of course. He's the best, I think, at analyzing this kind of thing.
We haven't gotten any Ketanji.
We haven't gotten any Ketanji. If we get any Ketanji Brown, we have to. Justice Brown.
Coney Barrett's talking.
Coney Barrett is talking.
Yeah, there's
now.
no way.
She's not
Ketanji.
exactly a favorite of Trump's right now either, is she? She didn't get the handshake either at the State of the Union address, I think.
Well, these other justices have been citing cases and all kinds of stuff, and they're very on top of this. I don't see Ketanji citing cases and precedent. She's just going to talk.
Well,
about
she
how
can't define what a woman is, so I don't know what kind of argument she's going to be presenting.
She won't be able to define what a domicile is.
What a domicile? Does that mean like where you live? Yes. I got to take a break. Yes, Justice. That is what that means, where you live. 210-599-5555. It's Sean on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Rescue dogs may have incredible backstories and appetite. San Antonio's no-kill dog rescues want to nourish all these good dogs until they find forever homes. So it's time again for the KTSA 2026 Puppy Food Bank Radiothon. It starts Thursday, April 9th from our studios and continues Friday the 10th from the Alamo Lounge, where you can have breakfast with National Dog Show voice John O'Hurley, us, and the dogs looking for their forever homes. Presented by Thomas J. Henry and in part by Connecticut, Mr. W. Fireworks, Window World, and Big State Financial. The Puppy Food Bank Radiothon starts Thursday, April 9th on KTSA.
Hey, Trey Ware here. If you're one of those folks who think you can just randomly pick a Medicare plan and be done with it, please don't do that. That's how many seniors make costly mistakes. Join the local families who are turning to Nick Knightley, that's Knightley with a K, at Knightley Insurance Group. You know that choosing the wrong Medicare plan could mean higher out-of-pocket costs, losing access to your doctors, even paying penalties down the road. Look, Nick is a local independent Medicare broker who serves San Antonio and the Hill Country, and his help is completely free. No confusion, no pressure, just clear, honest guidance. And when you call, you will always speak to a real person, not a call center. Now, he's going to walk you through all your options. He's going to review your doctors and the prescriptions and make sure you understand the difference between Medicare Advantage and Medicare Supplements so you can get Medicare right the very first time. So book your appointment right now at KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com. That's Knightley with a K. Free Medicare help, local guidance, real people. KnightleyInsuranceGroup.com. Check them out.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Well, if you've had a storm around, that's not unusual for this time of year, and you might have some roof damage. You got to find that out for sure. Hey, Trey Ware here from my roofing company, Stevens Roofing. For about 25 years, I've been telling you about Stevens Roofing right here on KTSA because I believe in what they do. I believe that they know what they're doing when it comes to South Texas weather and South Texas roofs. Everything from composition to metal and everything in between, because right now, this time of year, springtime, these storms, well, they can wreak havoc on your roof. You can lose shingles, hidden hail damage, leaks, and stuff like that. So don't wait until these small things turn into a really big thing. Call Stevens Roofing and get that free, no-obligation roof inspection. 210-785-0994. Whether it's residential, whether it's commercial, whether it's metal or composition, Stevens Roofing, your local roofing contractor, they know it all about our weather. They know it all about South Texas roofs, and they're ready to take care of your roof right now with a free roof inspection. Check them out right now at Stevens Roofing, 210-785-0994.
Got a question for you. You've worked your whole life to build wealth for your family, but have you actually protected it? I'm talking about real protection, not just a simple will. What happens if your spouse becomes incapacitated and you need to sell the house? Without proper planning, you're looking at a costly, time-consuming guardianship process. What happens when you pass away? Do your kids have to go through probate court? Will your assets be protected from their future divorces or even lawsuits? Here's the reality. One bad car accident, one lawsuit, and everything you've built your entire life could be gone. That's why I trust Voller Law Firm. Mr. Voller and his team specialize in preserving family wealth for generations. They help families avoid probate, avoid guardianship, and protect assets from predators and lawsuits. They keep your private financial affairs private, and they do it right. Voller Law Firm. Go online at vollerlaw.com, VOELLER, or call 210-338-6983. 210-338-6983. Protect your life's work. Protect your family. Protect their future with Voller Law Firm. Tell them Joe Pag sent you.
Property taxes in the state of Texas are out of control, but there is something you can do about it. You're not a victim. You can start saving money on your property taxes without you having to take all that time and effort to go down and meet with them to reduce your property taxes. How do I know? Because that's what we did at the warehouse. We always fought our property taxes. Nancy would put the protest together, go down there and meet with them. Not anymore. It's real simple. You just sign up at ownwell.com. They take the ball and run with it. Well, don't I have to put the paperwork together and picture it? No, you do nothing else. You sign up at ownwell.com and they run the entire show for you. New customers, you can expect to save an average of $774 a year by signing up. They have an 88% success rate at lowering the property taxes. So don't wait. May 15th will be here before you know it. So sign up right now and start saving money on your property taxes. By the way, if they don't get your property taxes reduced, you don't have to pay them. That's ownwell.com, OWNWELL.com, and mention Trey Ware when you log on to ownwell.com. Hey, it's your turn to start saving money on your property taxes just like I am at ownwell.com. What a life-changing experience it is when you go to Here in Texas. My story is a very simple one. I was born with hearing loss. My left ear basically had no hearing. My right ear had very high frequency loss. And when I went and saw Dr. Sally at Here in Texas, she discovered all of that, and she fitted me with hearing aids that have really changed my life. Now I hear my wife better than I ever have, my two granddaughters as well. I'm enjoying singing again and living my life, all because of Dr. Sally and the great team at Here in Texas. You know, they accept TRICARE, so if you're military dependent, they're ready to see you at Here in Texas, and they have this wonderful new subscription service. You know, technology changes so quickly these days, so when your hearing aids get out of date, you don't have to worry about buying a new pair because you've subscribed to their service at Here in Texas, HEAR. You're going to find some of the finest people anywhere, the latest, greatest technology, and you're going to hear things you've never heard before at Here in Texas. Log on today and mention Trey Ware, HereInTX.com.
Imagine a clinic where you can see your primary care provider who will actually help you reduce your medications and improve your overall health. A clinic where you are rewarded for getting rid of medications. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health, a place where you have a whole team of professionals that work together to balance your hormones, reduce your digestive issues, decrease inflammation, improve energy, sleep better, and get out of pain naturally. At the Institute for Functional Health, you receive state-of-the-art testing, education, and care. You are never alone, and you will have a team that is relentless in the pursuit to make you the best version of yourself. Now is the time to take care of your health. Call us at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. You don't have to worry, we can see you now. Call 468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
Call Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. 468-1891. 468-1891.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-478-6430 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-478-6430. That's 800-478-6430. What do you have to lose? Call 800-478-6430. Again, 800-478-6430.
Get the last water softener you'll ever own. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave sent you.
ConnecticutSA.com.
Trey Ware for Bathwise, formerly Safe Showers, delivering fast 2-day bath and shower remodels all across San Antonio. Customized showers with grab bars, seating, and low threshold to keep you safe. $1,500 off, but hurry! This offer won't last long. Military discounts available too. Bathwise.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
The U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments against U.S. citizenship for the babies of illegal immigrants in the U.S. President Trump is there right now. Later tonight, Trump will address the nation on what's happening in Iran. It's being described as very important by the White House. And a growing number of Democrats are worried Republicans could make a big splash in, wait for it, California. It's based on how the current race for governor is going. Details coming up at 10 o'clock. KTSA News Time 9:37.
Good morning. We've got some road work causing some delays. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. It's about a 5-7 minute delay on 410 westbound at 37. Roadway reduced to 1 lane due to road work. Also downtown, 35 southbound St. Mary's to North Florida Street. Various lanes blocked along the way. On 1604 eastbound, that off-ramp to I-10, that stall has the off-ramp partially blocked and a stall in the left lane, 90 eastbound Couples. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP, or online, madd.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
We'll have a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon, breezy and hot, the high of 91. Windy, humid this evening with thickening clouds tonight. The low only dropping down to 70 along the Riverwalk and 66 in the Hill Country. Mostly cloudy, not as hot, but humid for Thursday with a thunderstorm in spots, the high of 86. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
74 degrees and mostly cloudy at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And we're back. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. It's just me, Sean. It's 9:38 on News Talk 550 KTSA FM 1071. Again, the President's address to the nation tonight on Iran will be aired live. We're going to bring it to you live at 8 p.m. tonight. We're listening in as we're doing the show to opening arguments at the Supreme Court over birthright citizenship. Donald Trump is in attendance. He's the first sitting president to do so. And we've all, let's be honest, we've all been kind of waiting to hear. And John Sauer is the U.S. Solicitor General. He's arguing the case for the president. And we've all been kind of, we've all been kind of waiting to see what Justice Jackson has to say or ask. And she got a question in there during the break, and it was very quick. And she asked about the original intent of the 14th Amendment, and Sauer took it back to British common law. He went back, like within seconds, the dude is saying, well, if you're in the under British common law, if you were in the kingdom and you weren't a British person, a British citizen, and you were bebopping through the kingdom, you were not be benefit of being a citizen of the kingdom, of the Commonwealth. And I mean, and then boom, they were off Ketanji Brown Jackson. That was it. It was go over. There's a woman who couldn't define herself during her own, confirmation hearings. James is right. They've been talking about, what does it mean, domicile? What does it mean, allegiance? If you ask Ketanji, all Sauer has to do is ask her, what does it mean to live here? I don't know. I'm not a real estate agent. It was very quick, right? Did I miss? Did we all see that? I mean, I'm sure she's going to have additional questions, but man, she got her question out, and he, again, went back to British common law, went back about 100 years prior to what the events were, the precedents that they're talking about, and did it, within seconds, and that was it, man.
I didn't expect more.
I didn't either, but then, you're on to the next justice and the next question immediately. John Sauer is, I can barely turn on my own TV. Okay, I'm honest. I go home, and I'm a 58-year-old man, and I have trouble coordinating turning the Spectrum on, then getting the TV on at the same time. I will struggle with it. I will sit there with two remotes in my hands, trying to get them to happen at the same time. This dude is able to go back like 400 years with his argument in seconds. You know what I mean? So I'm not exactly surprised that Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson got her question and they immediately moved on. Sotomayor is now talking, and we're kind of dipping into it here and there in the final moments of Ware and Rima. Again, Trey is off this week. He'll be back next week. Next week's a very busy week for us. Thursday and Friday, we'll be doing the Radiothon for the Puppy Food Bank. We'll be talking about that in studio on Thursday. And John O'Hurley will join us. And then Friday, we'll be in the Alamo Lounge for the big event. Trey, again, will be back on Monday. And it's been a very busy day on the radio in general. As far as Iran, we were discussing some Truth Social posts from the president, who obviously is on his way to the Supreme Court. And as we mentioned earlier, he's probably posting with one hand. He's, checking in with John Sauer on the other hand, maybe. I don't know. The guy is multitasker. It's not even an adequate word to describe what 24 hours in that man's life surely must be like.
And first sitting president to attend the oral.
First sitting president to ever do this. You are, even though you're not seeing or hearing from him. Okay, this is history. We have never seen this before. A sitting president attend oral arguments. Largely, again, in question one of his own executive actions involving birthright citizenship. Justice Elena Kagan is speaking now. And it's heady stuff. This is why most of these people are where they are. Which is why when you go back to the confirmation hearings of Ketanji Brown Jackson, I'm sorry, that's one of those days, those moments is going to ring through history forever, when she said she could not define what a woman is despite being one. And again, we were all, I hate to say it and to sound like we were obsessing on it a bit, but we were. We're like, well, we want to hear what she has to say. And her, so far, and if I'm wrong, Elaine, you've been listening to the whole thing. That's pretty much all we've heard from Ketanji Brown Jackson thus far, Justice
maybe
Jackson.
About 4 or 5 minutes.
That's it.
At the most.
The rest of them have already taken several questions or offered several questions. You heard Sotomayor talking about allegiance a few minutes ago, and what does that mean? Again, in my simple cave dweller's brain, the implication of the question being, well, do you have to believe certain things or swear allegiance to people or to a nation in order to be a citizen of that nation? Trump has argued, and I'm repeating myself now, but Trump has argued for a long time, as many of us believe, that if you come here through the most people I know who come here through the legal process, they're coming here to get away from wherever they were, to be here and to be a part of this, and to live their own American dream, and to be a part of the American fabric, and to be a part of the American experiment, and to seek their fortunes or dreams here, and to embrace being an American. And what we've seen over the past few years, and certainly during the Biden administration when the borders were open, was something other. And, of course, here in South Texas, we've seen the other thing for quite a while as far as people who have children on this side of the border who themselves are illegal are not doing it because they want to be a part of the American experiment and to embrace our culture. There's other reasons involved. We've spent a goodly amount of time over the past few months talking about Minnesota and the Somali community here in this country, making vast fortunes, just leaving, flying back to Somalia with large suitcases filled with cash, via daycares that don't freaking exist. And so, but Trump, again, is under assault from just about every angle. He always is. He has other things that he's dealing with today. He has an injunction against the construction of the ballroom from a federal judge. The funding for NPR, we talked about this very early in the morning, the funding cutoff for NPR and public broadcasting was stopped by, again, a federal judge saying that it's damaging to a free press, which we know is nonsense, especially in this day and age when you have all the media options that you do. The whole idea of public broadcasting is really kind of quaint and naive at this point. So, not to mention that I don't believe your money and my money should fund people who are essentially propagandists for one side. So Trump's a busy little guy today, to say the least. And on top of everything else, the man's also got to deal with the fact that Kristi Noem's husband is now suddenly all over the internet with like fake breasts, and it's a very strange and busy day in America, to say the least. 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. Jack and 60 is coming up at 10:05. It's a great show, and we always visit with Jack before he goes on the air, and we'll do that next when we get back. 210-5. Well, never mind about the phone numbers because Jack and I are going to be talking. My brains are scrambled eggs at this point. It's been a very busy day on the radio, to say the least. AccuWeather forecast for today. Breezy and very warm with a temperature approaching the record high of 93 perhaps. Tonight, windy and humid with some clouds, a low of 70. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy and very humid with a thunderstorm in spots, a high of 86. It's 71 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We've got some road work causing some delays. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. It's about a 5-7 minute delay on 410 westbound at 37. Roadway reduced to one lane due to road work. Also downtown, 35 southbound St. Mary's to North Florida Street. Various lanes blocked along the way. On 1604 eastbound, that off-ramp to I-10, that stall has the off-ramp partially blocked and a stall in the left lane, 90 eastbound couples. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP, or online, madd.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
These are today's top headlines.
The Supreme Court hears arguments today on the future of birthright citizenship with President Trump in attendance. The president will address the nation on the Iran war in primetime tonight after claiming on social media Iran wants a ceasefire. Trump also signed an executive order for federally run voter lists, a move almost certain to face legal blowback.
Don't miss a thing. Stay connected for whatever's next.
News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Hey, this is Richard at Pride Floors. Are you tired of your old dingy floors and carpet? Come see the latest hardwood and luxury vinyl plank that will bring real beauty to your home. Near 1604 in Lock Hill, Soma, at Pride Floors, we take pride in our floors so you can take pride in your home.
Domestic violence is one of the most widespread crimes in Texas, yet one of the least reported. When someone walks through the doors of the Battered Women and Children's Shelter, they're looking for safety. Help exists, and it's closer than you think. Christie's Hope supports the shelter with housing, trauma recovery, and long-term aid. Thomas J. Henry stands with us in our commitment to end domestic violence. If you or someone you love needs help, visit christieshope.org.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 210-201-7100. That's 210-201-7100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-478-6430 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-478-6430. That's 800-478-6430. What do you have to lose? Call 800-478-6430. Again, 800-478-6430.
Stay on top of the latest news wherever you are. Stream KTSA on the go. This is News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And we're back. It's the final few moments of Ware and Rima. Again, Trey is off this week. I'm Sean. And coming up in a few minutes, Jack and 60. Jack Riccardi joins us now. And wow, I obviously you've been monitoring these arguments.
No, not at all.
You had something else going on. You know what? They had me on the on Trump's take on birthright citizenship, Jack, until I saw the guy in the big pink frog suit outside of the Supreme Court building. And I think I'm going to change my entire worldview because
what is with the frog suits?
I don't get it. I really don't understand what that's supposed to be.
That was the No Kings thing.
Yeah, it's today. I don't know. Maybe
are those just like I'm not up on the costume rental business? Are there a lot of? Is it easier to get a frog than some other? Wouldn't you want a more vicious animal? Like you're protesting, you're angry. We're really angry. Pink frog. No,
you're going to be a puma or I don't know, grizzly bear,
vicious with teeth,
but a frog. Well, just what are your? I mean, John Sauer. I mean, again, he went back to British common law in seconds. These are why these guys are at this level because of the legal intellect necessary to. I can't turn on my own damn TV half the time.
I guess, everything I've heard, and we've had our legal experts on, everybody says they're not going to win this. They're not going to reinterpret the Constitution after all these years. So I was thinking about this morning, why is the Trump administration making this challenge? And it really isn't the birthright part, it's the citizenship part.
Right.
If you had an American system like we had for most of our history that included the public schools, the popular culture, parents, and you were training citizenship into young people and newly arrived people, then the birthright thing and frankly, a lot of the immigration debate goes away.
Right.
It's because we don't do that. It's because we abandon the American system. And I believe that birthright citizenship presumed that the American system would always be in place, what we call naturalization or Americanization, that we wouldn't have street signs in 42 different languages, and we wouldn't offer you your ballot in the language of your home country, and we wouldn't. In other words, when we lost the confidence and the swagger that made birthright citizenship not only possible but logical,
right?
That's where we went wrong, and so it's the citizenship part more than anything.
Right, and I think it was Kagan who was or Sotomayor who was asking about allegiance, and you look at the modern left in this country, who their message is pretty much the exact opposite. Right, this country sucks. We're institutionally racist. You shouldn't. You shouldn't diss people who are still proud of their
If you're letting new people in, you've got to greet them with positivity and confidence that, hey, you've come to the right place and it's great and these are the ideas.
Right.
Who would join a club where the guy orienting you to the club said, this club really sucks and here's the rule book, but you can throw it in the trash on your way out because you won't need it and we don't enforce any of it. And
it's racist if you want to anyway.
Right.
President speaks tonight at 8 p.m. our time, addressing the nation on Iran. He posted on Truth Social earlier that they're asking for a ceasefire, but until the strait is clear, we're going to keep bombing the crap out of them. I'm paraphrasing. He said, bomb them back to the Stone Age. Any thoughts on what you expect to hear tonight or are looking to hear tonight?
Boy, I mean, it's hard to say because, as we talked about yesterday, nobody knows the plan, nobody knows who we're talking to, and we're really not supposed to. I was kind of thinking this morning, I don't know if you've already said this or not, but I would kind of prefer he just didn't give this speech. I just don't think this is a time to say anything. Whatever's going on should be going on secretly, and we should be able to bring maximum pressure. There should be huge unpredictability. They should be chewing their fingernails over what we might do next. So any speech that reveals anything I don't think is useful.
Well, I heard you talking yesterday on Jacket 60 about, all the voices out there, 24-hour news cycle. They got to fill that time, so they're obsessing on the gas prices. You got people that don't have any military experience at all on the air talking about this is taking too long and why is it taking too long. So is he? I mean, I agree with you on that absolutely. Like I don't know why do it now other than maybe he's reacting to some of that crap that's being put out there and he wants to, I don't know.
It feels like this is a decision being made maybe by the comms people or the staff. Like this is a presidential thing now. This many days in, you should give. But I think he's different. I think the rules for him are different. He's got great surrogates out there telling the story like Vance and Rubio. And I just would not even, unless you're announcing, and I take this back if they're announcing there's a ceasefire and it's been accepted and we're going to start withdrawing. But other than having news to break, if he's just sort of babying this along tonight, I wouldn't do it.
I agree. I mean, unless there's some major announcement, what is the point of doing this?
Every word will be parsed.
Yes.
They'll take it out of context. He'll riff off the script as he always does and wind up not bringing clarity. So I would just, unless there is news to break, I would not do it.
Yeah. Well,
but we'll have it.
We will. Yep. Live starting at 8 p.m. Thank you so much, Jack. You rock and you roll. Jack Riccardi coming up next on Jack in 60. And I'll be back again tomorrow at 6. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. So thank you, Lane. Thanks to James Trevino, Christian